2, 3, we are going live. Test 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, test, test. We are live. We are on the stream. I can hear my voice.
Hey, welcome. This is the Jordan School District Board of Education meeting. Today is Tuesday, September 27th, 2022. We are at the JATC South Building. We have with us board members Atwood, Richards, Miller, and Dunford. And Mr. Robinson is here, at least in the building, so I'm sure he'll be with us shortly. Ms. George is on her way, and assuming Mr. Young is too. Have not heard from him yet. But we are going to go ahead and get started with our first study session item, and that is a follow-up from the West Jordan Elementary Town Hall that was held a week ago last Tuesday, and really appreciate the board members that were there to receive feedback and answer questions. We do have another town hall coming up in a few weeks, and also thank Lisa Lestarge there also for taking notes and providing all of the board with feedback on that. So we are going to have a discussion right now just to follow up. Board members can share their insights if they need additional information or anything that came out of that town hall. Now is the time for that. So we'll start with...
Go ahead.
Yeah, we'll start with you since you're the only one here.
There were many people that were in attendance, and it was great to see everybody there to support the community, the school, and the students and the patrons, of course. Of course, it wasn't an easy night. I wasn't expecting it to be an easy night. I know that there's a lot of emotion behind this. It's difficult for a community that has such strong roots. Wonderful school and staff, and it provides a welcoming home for all of the students and parents. I hope that all of you board members received the notes that Lisa was able to capture that night. She did a fantastic job. I think that there's some questions that absolutely need to be answered. There's some questions about special ed. Where will the students go, and will they be able to go together? And just, of course, enrollment numbers and them not being up to date, and will we have those the next meeting? And then safe walking routes, of course, and working with the city, and we explained to them that the safe walking routes are established between the school, community council, the city, and the district, and everybody works really closely together to help identify those every spring. And I do appreciate all the work that West Jordan City puts into that, because they really do take a lot of time to do that with each and every one of the schools. Of course, they absolutely are in favor of rebuilding West Jordan Elementary, and I can understand why that is, and just shared a deep sense of that was exactly what the community wants and needs. Is there anything else that any others want to add?
I did have to leave a little early, but I really felt like a lot of good questions came out of that town hall, and a lot for us to think about and to get answers to. And I think that we'll be working on that quite a bit. I think everyone did a really, really good job. And I felt like we heard, we listened, and hopefully we can go on from here and make a good decision.
Did you have anything to add, Mr. Young or Mr. Robinson?
I thought you did a great job summarizing the meeting. Appreciated the time that everybody took to be there and have this dialogue with us. I think there's definitely some items of action that we need to move forward with as a board, or at least see if if the board is interested in moving forward with some of those action items. I don't know if you were going to bring some of those up right now, or are you?
Sure, we can go over those, or did you want to bring anything up before we get started?
No, nope.
So what I'm hearing from I know that the community is very much unsettled. There's a lot of things that the community wants to know as far as where will the students go and how many of the students, and this is for the interim if we are to rebuild. We do know that there is going to be some time where the students will go to another school if we do choose to rebuild. So they are looking forward for the enrollment numbers. They are looking forward to, and I do think that needs to be discussed in our next meeting. The more answers that we can give them right now, I think is going to be best. And I think that we've been waiting for some of those answers. And I think the biggest answer or the biggest question is numbers and where will students go and what will that boundary look like. Another item that the community absolutely wants and needs is they would love to see some sort of a report as to what are the upcoming or the future safety needs or safety concerns of the school. We did express several times that night that there are no reports because this has been done by internal employees, and the community very much would like to have some sort of report documented and shown to the community. Is there anything else that you would add to that, Mr. Young?
No.
Do you have anything to add?
Oh, and I'd like to recognize Ms.
I'm sorry.
George and Mr. Young who have joined us now.
You're okay.
No, well said.
Did you know of any other questions that you felt like were from the community as far as the future and the report? Is there anything else that you would add to what their wants and needs are?
No, I think you covered it. I think they're very interested in a second opinion, if you will.
As far as those three items go, I mean, enrollment numbers, we're going to get that report today.
Correct.
And I agree, we need to share it in the next town hall also. And then we will also get potential boundary options today. And, you know, right now it will be options, but that'll be the first step in that discussion. So then the third one is a public report on safety concerns.
Current building conditions.
Okay.
I think that one thing that I'm hearing over and over again from the community is this felt so sudden. And I think that if we were to answer for the community, how long was this school on the schools to watch list and why? We know as a board that this school has been on the schools to watch list for quite a while. I think that there was some confusion, and not to say that anything was done wrong, but Mr. Dunford, when we were talking about bringing it back, you had said we're going to add West Jordan Elementary on the schools to watch list. Well, it already was. So they felt like that this decision has been made quickly and not over time, and that we haven't been evaluating it over time. So if we could give that information as well, just showing the community that this has been on a list for schools to watch and what were the reasons why it was on schools to watch list.
But let's be clear,
Mm-hmm.
what put it on the schools to watch list was the approval of that policy, and that policy didn't exist before then. So it may have been a concern by some board members, but what put it officially on the list was that policy. So it could not have come on the list prior to that because the policy didn't exist.
But we still had a schools to watch list previously to the policy, or previous to the policy.
Yes, and it wasn't on it.
Well, it was on it enough to be on the bond that was not passed. And that's what I found was interesting, because a lot of these people said we should be able to vote about this publicly. Well, it was, and it was denied, you know. It's not on our watch list of our policies, but has been watched for at least a decade, if not much longer.
And I would also add, the reason that I brought this subject to facilities was because of the most recent condition report that we received from our staff. That was
Condition update, not report.
update, sorry. When they verbally reported to me that was, I mean, that's not new information. It's something that's been carefully watched, but it hit a tipping point this year. And the second we heard that, we brought it to the board.
So the bottom line is there an interest from the board to commission a independent third-party study to get a second independent understanding of the condition of the building? I think that's the question at hand. I think Mr. Thomas is ready to answer some high-level questions about that, if the board has any questions, but that's the question at hand. Are we interested in commissioning a report that will tell us give us a second opinion of what the condition of that building is in?
Mr. Thomas, or Mr. Rostrom, or both of you, would you like to come to the table?
So we've had an opportunity to reach out to a couple of different structural engineers and have an initial conversation with them, just again, high level, asking questions about would they be able to perform this evaluation, what the timeline would be, the approximate cost, and I think we have some willingness to do that. You have specific questions?
Yeah, timeline was going to be one of my questions. How long would that take?
Yeah, so they'd be able to perform, there's a couple different levels of evaluation they can do. They can go in and do more of a rapid visual report, crawl the building, take pictures, take some minor calculations, and that can be done within the next 30 days. If you want an in-depth report where they have to go in and do load calculations, then that's going to take quite a bit longer and cost quite a bit more to have completed, and that would be you'd be at least 2 months on that in-depth evaluation on it. But there can be like say a visual and pictures and a report put out that they could do in the next 30 days.
Would the board like an idea on cost for those?
Just before we move to that, Mr. Rushman, would you say that first level of report would be very similar to the level of analysis that your team already performed on the building?
Yes, I would say so.
That it would be pretty equal to that, and so the value of that would simply be an independent third party, a second set of eyes looking at what we've already looked at. Is that?
I would say that's accurate.
They're not going to bring any other expertise to that our people don't already have.
Yeah, and they would give us a recommendation on, and maybe a little better timeline on when they felt like things were at a critical point.
Okay. Okay.
Now cost.
Or the 30-day, the one that they could get completed in the 30-day would be, they'd like to do it at an hourly rate, and they estimated it to be about $3,500. If we do the load calculations in the more in-depth one, then we're going to be pushing $10,000 or more for that.
So I think there's a couple things to think about. We heard several times at the town hall that give us more time, give us more time, we need more time. I have since spoken to several community members that don't feel that more time is fair because it just keeps dragging it out, and it keeps the emotions still high. It keeps the kids still asking why. It's hard for their kids to come home and have the conversation time and time again. And when is this going to happen, and what's going to happen? And I understand that the community wants time to get more information, but I don't think that time is what the community and the students need. I'm really worried about the impact of that on not only the community and the students, but the teachers and the staff within the school. I have reached out to several people just to ask their opinion on that. I had a couple say, yeah, that night I would have said, give us more time. Coming home that night and sleeping on it and thinking about it, it impacts my students even more. Another thing that we need to think about as a board is that if we take a deeper dive into this, there's a good possibility that the decision is taken out of our hands. And I think that that's something that we as a board need to be mindful of, and I think that's something that the community needs to be mindful of.
The other thing I've been kind of weighing, I mean, I feel like we should do, hire an outside entity to do it for the peace of mind for the community, because there's a lot of trust issues. They don't trust someone internally to do it. But then part of me, we have experts that know this building, and have told us that they can't keep putting Band-Aids on it. They fixed everything that can be fixed right now, and a year or two from now, it's just no longer going to be safe. We can have another expert come along and say, nah, I think you've got 4 more years instead. If something happened to a child on year 2 and the board decided to leave it open for 4, you better believe that headlines in that newspaper are going to say, board left the school open and they knew it was unsafe. And everyone in the community is going to come and pull up these meetings and play the recordings. So that, I support doing it, if that helps the community, but I don't know if that changes any decisions.
I support our current timetable. I think it's awkward for candidates who are running for a position in this area to have to make decisions when maybe they don't have every discussion that we've had, and to make promises that they may not be able to keep, and then to be rushed into a decision when they're right into office of making this important of a decision right off the bat. And it would almost mean that we'd need to wait a whole nother year so that they can get the facts. And because we've been privy to all kinds of conversations with patrons, with with staff, and with all kinds of people, and candidates haven't. I would rather keep this out of an election process and into the hands of a board that started this. And I would just remind us, safety is only one of the reasons we're looking at closing a school. Under enrollment is another, and that does not change if we have an independent auditor look at this.
I guess, and I'm not discounting what you're saying, I guess what I'm looking at first and foremost is the reason for the school closing, to me, is future safety concerns. And I do believe that they are valid. I trust the work that has been put into that. And then the second question is to rebuild, and that's where my question for enrollment comes in. So there's just so many things to try to understand and to weigh, and it's a heavy lift, and I'm willing to do that. And I agree with you, Mr. Robinson, that I had a patron ask me that night, who's the best one to make this decision? And I still feel 100% that I am the best one to make this decision. It's not easy. It's the least decision I've ever wanted to have to make in my term. But I know that I am the most qualified in my seat to make this decision.
Okay, so question at hand is whether or not to order an outside inspection. Am I using the right terminology? Okay. And then we've got two options, a 30-day option and a 60-day option.
So just to push this along, I would propose that we do a first level, I'll call it a first level independent review of the current West Jordan Elementary structure with the expectation that that report come back within 30 days.
A second.
Okay, so we have a proposal to go ahead with the first level report with the expectation that that will be back in about 30 days in a second. So discussion to that.
I'm making that proposal because I do believe that that the timeline that we have created and that we've been transparent with from the time that this was announced, I think we need to stick with that timeline, and that timeline is that we make this decision, I think, by mid-November. And so I think the 30-day report is the one that best gives us that opportunity. I think it provides us an independent third-party review that people are looking for. I do want to say this concept of independent and that there's some level of bias or something to that effect with our internal reporting. Nobody, and Mr. Thomas, Mr. Rostrom, if you want to contradict this, you have all the right to do it. Nobody on our staff wants to be the one that comes to the school board and says, we can't recommend the safety of this school. Students can't be there anymore. That's just that's not news anybody wants to deliver to a school board. And so this idea that there is some sort of agenda or not this independence is just not, it's just not accurate. And if you think through what it is that by them, the easy thing for them would have been to say, we can keep this going. We can keep this school maintained with bubblegum and duct tape. I mean, that's the easy answer for them to provide us. The difficult answer is the one that they came back to us with. And so while I am in support of this independent third-party report so that there is something written that people can review and look at, I challenge the premise that our professionally trained staff, internal, lacks the professionalism to deliver a report that needs to be done. I have the highest confidence in our construction management team. I know they are doing their job with due diligence, professionalism, and this was not easy for them to bring this to us at this time. And so I just want that clear and on the record that the request here is by no means an indictment or any kind of judgment on our internal staff. They have performed their duties with the highest level of professionalism, and I appreciate that.
Well said. I
Very
think
well
the whole
said.
board agrees.
I will vote no on this for this reason. I think that they can use this report against us in whatever way they want. If the report comes back and says they got 4 or 5 more years, they'll plead for us to do that. Bottom line, the school's unsafe, and whether or not we close it now or in 4 years, it needs to be addressed. I think we're deep into the process already. If you all want to go through the process, that's great, but I trust who we have working for us. I trust that this school does not have the same level of safety as other schools. And so regardless of what that has to say, I trust the people that are working for us, and so I don't see a need for it. So I'll vote no.
I will just say that I will be voting yes, and that just exactly what Mr. Young said is exactly how I feel. Our facilities department has never given me any reason to doubt the work that they have done for us. And they have been put into many, many situations that have been difficult, and they've had to come to the board in many different situations, and I've never had any reason but to believe the information that has been provided.
Any other discussion?
I hope this isn't redundant to what Mr. Young just said, because he stated it beautifully, but I think the risk in my mind to choosing to have an outside entity come in is a shortening of the timeline, not a lengthening. I think that the community is putting a large question mark by asking this. And the reason that I would support it is simply because I want to back up our amazing department. I believe that if there is a level of distrust among the community, that they deserve to have that clarified. And so I'm willing to take that risk in order to give them that peace of mind. But I do it knowing it's a big risk.
Okay, any other discussion? All right, I will call for a vote. All in favor of the first level inspection report for West Jordan Elementary, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, that passes 6-1. Mr. Thomas, do you need any information from us to move ahead with that?
No, we just, again, we appreciate your kind words and your confidence in our abilities, and I echo that on behalf of the, services department. But we also understand the position people are placed in, and you as a board, and we support getting this evaluation. So it's just, a third-party assessment of where we're at, and all of our folks are licensed by the state to inspect, but they're not structural engineers. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so those were the 3 main action items. Was there anything else on the town hall that we needed to discuss?
Trying to look at the calendar here. I do believe that we have our next town hall meeting set up for the 12th of October, and we meet the night before. But I do think that we should have a good indicator on what we would be speaking about that night. I do still want to hold true to the town hall setup, and I do believe that we need to answer some questions as to enrollment, and I'm sure that's going to be answered tonight, but I do think that that does need to been gone over again. If we could come with at least some boundary options, and I would love to be able to have some information about the special ed department at West Jordan Elementary. I know that that's a lot of angst, even if we have just some indicators or options of where they may or may not go.
Are there any other programs there that we need to be concerned about, Mr.
There are
Anderson?
3 self-contained classrooms, support classrooms, and 1 preschool. And then there could be other programs at other schools that could be impacted that we'll talk more about
The main concern that this community has is that these students would be divided up. They've been going to school together as long as they've been at West Jordan Elementary, and I just think maybe easing some of those concerns, having those conversations, helpful for the community,
Yes, that would be good information for the next open house.
as well as maybe some potentials for boundary changes for at least the time that the students will be relocated to another school, if we choose not, or if we choose to rebuild, or if we choose.
Yeah, I see this being similar to other boundary change open houses, and then plus more, but that information that we generally have at boundary open houses, I can see us having there too, and would be really helpful.
My list is too long, please let me know. I'm just trying to get answers for the community.
And we may want to be thinking about the format because the town hall that we had was much different.
We'll wander around and talk.
Maybe we do both formats too. I don't know.
So can I ask, when the report comes back from this independent study that we're having done, will that be discussed in this board meeting? Will that be somehow shared with the community? Do we need to plan an additional meeting with the community where we can talk about that specific piece of information?
Mr. Thomas, a report of this type will be, I assume the public would be able to grandma request this report. Would there be hesitancy from any of the professionals that you would solicit for us just making it automatically available upon production?
No, and as a matter of fact, if we have a pre-meeting with them to provide, I mean, they'll be asking for information, historical information about the school, and we can provide that. We'll let them know up front that this will become public information.
Almost immediately upon release, I think would be okay. I just want to make sure that there's not an expectation that we keep it internal.
No, we would have it prepared in a way that the board could immediately review it and then make that decision to release it.
Okay.
It's been pretty clearly expressed that our interest in this report is for the sake of the community, that
It won't change my decision
we
at
all have every confidence, and even if it came back saying something different, I would still sway towards the group that has studied this for years and years and years. And so I do think it would be wise for us to share that information, but I'm just wondering how the board is interested in doing that.
Sharing the information that we have internally. Is that what you're asking?
The
Or the public
information
report?
that the report comes back with.
Yeah, I think the primary reason I want to have this is so that we can have a public report. So I'm glad to hear that is, something that we'll talk to the engineering firm up front about.
So that might happen in a board meeting, or
Yeah.
additionally, would we want to do that at a town hall type setting?
So we have a board meeting on the 25th, is that correct?
We do not. That's fall break. Our board meeting is on November 1st.
November 1st. So that, if this thing is awarded this week, that would be the 30 days. Would it be a fair expectation that be on an agenda, on the November 1st agenda, so that we can then take it out to the public? Is that?
It looks as if it could be, and I like the idea of being able to discuss the report with the board for the public to hear, and then making the report itself available, because I assume some interpretation of that report will be required to get the full benefit of it.
And I guess, sorry, I should have remembered this. Would the board, because this would be important to be part of the RFP, would the board like the engineers to come and present that report to the board, or are we okay with Mr. Thomas and Mr. Rostrom providing that on the first? Which one?
I'm okay with the engineers just sending the document to the board. I personally would not require the engineers to come and make a formal presentation.
How about everybody else?
I'm happy to
Thinking
hear it
about
if
that
that's
for
what.
just a moment.
That'll be an additional, by the time they travel here, I mean, that's an additional 2-3 hours and prepping for the presentation. I mean, that's a 3-hour, probably bring 2 of them.
I would say that it would be fine just to have our facilities department present and not have them.
And I'm also comfortable having it presented internally as long as the reports available to the public are very clearly not ours. Because one thing that I heard multiple times at the town hall was they want all information cited. They want it to be referenced where it came from. Again, just this feeling of distrust that I would personally really like to put to bed.
And for that reason, would think having one of them, an engineer be here would lend credibility, or not, it wouldn't lend any credibility, but it would increase trust. Let's put it that way. Mr. Thomas, any thoughts on this?
Our plan was to probably make a couple of calls tomorrow and get this ordered. An RFP we don't believe is going to be necessary here because we have about 2 or 3 pre-qualified structural engineers that we do. So that process has already been thankfully handled. So we can just call one and meet with them. I don't really have any thoughts on. I don't know if this report is going to be technical enough that we would have to have someone from their company, Dave.
Yeah, I didn't talk to him when I inquired about that. I didn't talk to him about that portion of it or coming to the board and report. But the report they will give us will have their company letterhead, and it'll be an official report from the company. It won't be anything that we've manufactured or written up. It'll be directly from the structural engineers to the board. I can certainly ask that question, and they may say we want to, if we're going that in depth, they may want to do load calculations and get and require some more time to put that report together.
Okay, who's in favor of having the engineer come to the meeting?
Not.
Okay, sounds like everyone's okay with them not, and just receiving the report. Okay, thank you.
Would the board, when we receive that report, would we hold on to it or would we send it to the facilities committee? We're just looking for some direction there. Who would like to receive it first or prior to the meeting, if at all?
I mean, I would say the whole board, but do you want to wait and get it at the November 1 meeting, or if it comes in sooner, do you want it sooner?
I'd like to see it as soon as you get it.
Okay,
To
send
the
it
whole
to the whole
board.
board.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, any other follow-up?
$5 to whoever gets Scott and Dave up here again.
On a night like tonight, it'll happen.
Okay, thank you very much. We will now move on to the first issue brought up was enrollment, and this is actually our enrollment forecast for the entire district. This is something that we do in this study session this time of year every year. We get a few weeks into the school year. We know who has shown up now and who's not going to show up. We have our official counts, and we are grateful to have Mr. Scott Feston and Mr. Travis Hamblin here with us to share updated enrollment forecasts. Mr. Anderson, do you have anything to start with?
Yeah, just a good afternoon, everyone. And what we'll be reviewing and discussing today is really the culmination of dozens of hours put in by this great team of Mr. Hamblin and Mr. Feston, Mr. Caleb Olson over the last few months. It's involved many meetings with the cities, their city planners, their city planning commissions, builders and developers. It's involved intricate GIS software, driving back and forth, even walking many of these areas just to try to get the best perspective that we can. And so I want to just give a shout out to Travis and his team for this and just appreciate that. We'll first I'll give you an overview of what we're going to be discussing today is just an annual, as you mentioned, the annual report to the board, kind of macro level trends and data. And we will zoom in on a couple of, or a few schools to take a closer look at those schools that are on our watch list like we do every year. Following this information and any discussion by the board, then we'll be prepared to talk about Ridgeview and West Jordan. So with that, if at any point in any of this conversation or presentation you have a question you'd like to put us on pause, please do so and ask any questions or clarifiers that you would like to. And with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Feston.
All right, thank you. All right, good afternoon. As Mr. Anderson said, we're here to talk about our enrollment forecasts for this year. The forecast is a deliberate word choice this year. In the past, we've referred to these as projections. The word projection implies a continuation of past trends. But we have reached a point locally, statewide, nationwide, globally, where past trends might not be as robust as they have in the past. So I've chosen the word forecast deliberately to imply that there has been a change in status. The status quo has changed, and we're going in a slightly different trajectory. So as you keep that in mind as we go through these numbers, you all have in board docs our enrollment report with school by school graphs and tables, a methodology discussion of how we develop numbers. I'm happy to discuss that with anyone at any time, board members, staff, public, patrons. I'm happy to break open the black box and show you the input data, because it is a significant lift. It's what I spend the majority of my time doing, is tracking this data. So to begin with, the word of the day is uncertainty. There is a lot of uncertainty out there. Large-scale economic and demographic shifts have really affected how growth is unfurling here in our part of the county. I've collected over the last couple of weeks some headlines. Mind you, these are the last 2 weeks worth of headlines. Mortgage demand for home buyers falls 29% from last year. U.S. housing slump is here to stay. What does that mean for Utah? So not only is new development, new building seeing changes, there's a quote from this article I wanted to share with the board. This is a KSL article. Consider that 85% of outstanding mortgages are locked in at sub 5% rates, with 24% sitting at seductively low sub 3% levels. Good luck persuading someone to relinquish their sub 3% or even 4% fixed rate mortgage when inflation is at a 40-year high and the cost of everything is wildly volatile. So it's not just new building, it's existing home sales. In my neighborhood, where homes would last hours on the market, they're sitting for weeks now with price reductions. So we're seeing that in a lot of places. U.S. home sales dipped for 7th straight month. Fed goes big again with 3rd straight 75 basis point rate hike. And that was last Wednesday. I don't think we're done. I think we'll see some more changes. This is a graph from the St. Louis Federal Reserve of the 30-year mortgage rate since 2010. When I came to do this presentation last year, the 30-year mortgage rate was sitting at 3.01%. This year it's at 6.29%. It hasn't been this high since 2008. So that's driving a lot of issues. This is internal data that I track. Every week I get a building permit report from the construction monitor. They compile building permits from the cities, and we track those. We map them every week. We track the trends. The blue line is what we consider our active units under construction. It's building permits that have been issued in the last 6 months. The colored lines, the green lines, are where we do this presentation, these long-range multi-year forecasts. The pink lines are where Caleb and I do our enrollment estimates for next year, for the next school year. So you can see last year at this time, our building permits were on the way up. Things looked rosy. Even in February, when we did our staffing estimates for this school year, we were at the peak. We were at 2,800 units under construction. Since then, that units under construction has dropped to just a little over 1,000 units that we're currently tracking. For many years, this is what drove our student growth, and we're seeing a decline, a slowdown in new building permits being issued. At the same time, we also track births from the Utah Department of Health. I get births by zip code every year. So you can see that the zip codes in the south, 84009, 096, and 065, are on the increase. We're seeing year-over-year increases in the number of births. But in the north part of the district, 081, 8488, and 95, we're seeing a decline year over year in the number of births. Just note that 009 split from 095 in 2015, so there's a little bit of a data series break there. There wasn't suddenly something that happened in 095 that caused their births to drop by half. But this is real data. This is data from the Department of Health that we track for, this is 12 years worth of data that we have, and these are long-term trends that we're seeing. What we need to understand is the growth in the green areas is being offset by the declines in the red areas, and that leads to a flat growth district-wide. We still have pockets of incredible growth, as you'll see in the schools to watch list, but it is being tempered by this decline in new entering kindergartners in the north end of the district. So for this year, our 5-year forecast for the district as a whole, showing a modest increase over the next 5 years to just shy of 59,000 students. The growth rates are there at the bottom. This year, our 10-day count came in roughly where it was last year. It was 5 students lower than last year, which is within the margin of error. But, in the past, we have been over 1%, sometimes flirted with 2% growth, annual growth in the district. In this forecast, we're saying between 0 and 1% growth annualized for the foreseeable future. So, schools to watch list. I did go back and look at last year's schools to watch list, and West Jordan Elementary School and those around it were on that list as schools to watch. This year we have 5 elementary schools on this list and 3 secondary schools. Antelope Canyon is on our list because previously we have projected, again a deliberate word choice, is quick growth for Antelope Canyon. It was going to come online really quickly, grow really quickly. The developers of Jones Ranch and Wood Ranch have been dragging their feet, if you will, and these projects are starting slower than we had expected in the past. So Jones Ranch is still working with the city on moving dirt. Jones Ranch is just starting to move some dirt right around Antelope Canyon Elementary. I see Jen's gonna have a question.
So in what you're saying, it's slowing down now, but we don't know when that's going to increase and that's going to start going again.
That's correct. That's
They
why
have
it's still
what
on
they
the list.
need in order to continue going forward to increase that need, but they're just not moving as quickly as we had predicted.
Correct. Wood Ranch does not have any water restrictions.
Okay.
The Wood Ranch is on the very northwest corner of the district. It's west of 111, about 6,900 south, up in the foothills. They do not have any water restrictions for development. Their restriction is they've got a whole lot of land to clear and move, a lot of grading to take place. Jones Ranch, on the other hand, can build 100 units before they are required to have another water tank and water distribution. That water tank has not begun construction. And if you've been to the district office in the last couple of years, you've known there's a water tank that's been constructed on the corner of 78th and Jordan Landing Boulevard that's taken a couple of years to build. So once they move dirt for the water tank, then we can expect that maybe 2 years from then we'll start to see some homes.
Thank you.
Okay. What was that?
Beyond the 100 homes.
Beyond the 100 homes.
Gotcha.
So, Aspen Elementary is on the list. This is growing a little bit faster than we had anticipated. The student yields in the homes immediately around Aspen are a little bit higher than in their attendance area boundary as a whole. So we're seeing more students coming out of the homes that are being built right around there in the daybreak style. We would anticipate that would continue as growth moves west. So we've increased that growth. I see some confusion, Matt. Mr. Young.
No, I'm just trying to think what's reflective of the homes they're building, or is it the community that they're building that's attracting a higher yield out of those numbers?
Yes. Yeah, it is interesting, and when I ran the numbers, it was, it was eye-opening that it was higher. So.
It's frustrating for a modeler.
Yes, it is. That's why we do these every year, because things change. Mountain Point Elementary School is getting large. It's forecast in these numbers to approach its current use capacity in the next couple of years, which I don't think is a huge reason for concern, because the planned growth down there is about finished as well. The Day Ranch townhomes are about wrapped up. There are a couple of smaller townhouse projects still to go down there. The wild card there is that their Geneva gravel pit is at some point going to develop. We don't know. There's no concrete plans. There's no, that was not pun intended.
I was going to say.
There's nothing official that has been proposed for those areas down there, but that is something to keep in mind in the long term future.
Question on current use capacity. Do they have
Yep.
any portables there now?
They do not have any portables right now. So they do have a DLI program that does impact their capacity a little bit, but they do not have portables right now.
One thing that what I'm gathering though is, while its capacity and its build out is fine, what it can't serve as is a relief valve for dramatic growth in the Harriman area if necessary.
Correct.
That would be difficult to fund.
Yep. Okay. Moving on, Oakleaf. We finally have some kind of indication that Olympia Hills units are on their way. Last time I met with their staff, they indicated that they were coming, that the Olympia Hills developer was coming in with a pre-plan looking to start building around 2025, which is a more concrete date than I've ever gotten out of Olympia Hills before. So that's good news. So those numbers are also reflected in the Oakleaf growth. Ridgeview we're going to talk about here in a few minutes, but the Edge Homes development there around the high school is taking it's either taking a breath or taking a break, but it has slowed down significantly with new units being approved in there. But I do want to be clear that the need for the flex school is still there. We will need that flex school to help with the overflow at Ridgeview. Any questions on elementary schools?
Back to Mountain Point, we were aggressive in taking those boundaries into the Harriman area. That area starts to grow. We could take.
There are some boundary options there, yeah.
The one consideration there also with the bridge now opening, it's a rather short drive. So there is an option there to exercise if we need to.
So, Mr. Feston, you did mention before we came to the school to watch list that West Jordan schools are still on that list. Is there a slide that represents those schools to watch, or?
We're getting to that in the next couple of agenda items. We do have
Thank you.
information available.
Bastion's awfully close. How close did Bastion come to hitting this list?
Bastion with the new Oakleaf boundaries is landlocked now. There's not a lot of new growth potential there. There's some large homes going in just immediately to the west of the school, but there's not a lot of opportunity for large scale growth in there. So I think that boundary is going to do what it's intended to do.
Hit that peak in 27 and then kind of stay there.
Yeah, the school will be large, but it will be stable. And most of our school boundaries, if you look through the report, you'll notice that most of our schools are stable to slightly declining. And I think that's a testament to Mr. Hamlin and the board with the Moab boundaries. They're working as intended. They're keeping the schools manageable with some pretty reliable numbers for the next few years for the schools to plan on. And so I think that's a great indicator that those boundaries are working as intended. So, all right, our secondary schools, we have 3 secondary schools that I noted this year. Copper Mountain Middle School, whose boundaries do take in the Olympia and West Daybreak area, so they get all the growth. So that is one to watch in the next couple of years. They're going to be reaching their current use capacity as well. And then our 2 high schools in the South Harriman and Mountain Ridge are showing to approach 3,000 students towards the end of this forecast period. So
You've taken Copper Hills off the list.
I've taken Copper Hills off the list for a couple of reasons. It's large, but it's stable. And the growth in its natural catchment area right now is being boundaried to West Jordan High School.
I'm never going to stop reminding that that's a false sense of security. We have people who are unhappy with that boundary. And for us to not make them schools to watch when Sunset Ridge is already overpopulated and pocket busing would be negligible of our board.
I think that's fair, but that's a board decision and not one we can place on staff's shoulders. And so,
and that's the only reason I'm talking.
Yeah. So
right
if you at some point in this discussion or want to make some sort of motion that we put those on the schools to watch. I think that is very much a worthy discussion and something that the board ought to consider doing. Yeah.
Okay, any other questions about secondary schools?
Is the flex school being built in a way that we could house some of the overgrowth of Mountain Ridge High School and the 4 through 6 or 5, 6 or whatever we decide? Is that flexible enough in the design? And maybe that's rhetorical, and maybe facilities has to look at that deeper. In other words, could we take a wing of that and dedicate it to the high school for the overgrowth?
Most elementary parents are not going to want high schoolers in the same building at the same time.
But you could shut the walls off, right?
There still would be milling around. I still don't know that that would be a popular option. We could potentially do that, but I think there would be a negative reaction from parents to that, a plan like that.
We could also accommodate some of this growth with boundary changes. The challenge with the high schools is there's only 6 of them, and if you touch one of them, it's going to affect all of the other schools in the district, and that might be a step too far. It might be preferable to building a new school immediately, but it is an option as well.
In this process, did you do in 2027? This is our total high school enrollment versus our capacity in the 6 schools. We still have greater capacity than we do students at the end of that time period if we just stack the schools up.
At raw numbers, yes.
Hidden Valley Middle School. Close to the list? Are you growing concerned? Are we moving this down the road that this will be on the list in 3 years?
It could be on the list in the future. It's not getting close enough to the capacity in this forecast.
And you don't see it projecting quickly?
Not as quickly as the elementary.
Because Mountain Point was on the list and Hidden Valley is close but not on the list.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. So thank you. Like I said, I am willing to sit down with anyone, anytime, to talk about this. It's what I love doing. It's why you hired me. So use me. But just a couple of parting points. There's a lot of uncertainty in the economic world right now. A lot of family decisions are being driven by trends and that they have no control over. I saw a report yesterday from the Gardner Policy Institute at the University of Utah. 71% of Utahns cannot afford a median home price right now. They've been priced out of the market. $565,000, I believe, is the median home price, and the median rent is $2,600 a month. So there's a lot of affordability issues that are driving household economic decisions that in turn affect our student growth, our change in enrollment. We're still a growing district. Make no mistake about that. We will still need a flex school. We still have growth issues at the south end of the district, but we also have as you're well aware, the painful discussion of what to do on the north end of the district. Declining enrollments in older schools. It's 2 sides of the same coin. And I'll leave it at that. Also a note, these numbers do supersede last year's numbers. So if you still have last year's numbers on your iPad, these are the new numbers to use. And we're happy to add or subtract schools from the watch list, provide additional information. Please call me. Jen called me today, so.
Can I ask, the building enrollment and capacities workbook that we've just kind of referred to as a working document?
Yep.
Will that reflect these numbers?
They will, yes. Yep. We didn't want to put them out there until, this is kind of the public unveiling. I know there's a lot of anticipation for these numbers. They're going to get a lot more scrutiny than they ever have in the past. And so I wanted the board to see them first before they make it out into the public domain. That being said, this is a public document. If you want it, let me know, and we'll get it to you.
One more question.
Yes, sir.
The permits.
Yes.
I am fascinated that West Jordan Elementary has it has a flow of 100 students in.
Correct.
Westland has a flow of 241. I know most of that's Alps.
Yep.
Majestic has an influx of 55. The only West Jordan school that doesn't have more coming in than going out is Heartland, which is 17. So where are these students coming from outside of the Alps and the...
Tell you.
Take, for example, West Jordan.
Okay.
Let's do West Jordan.
West Jordan.
157 coming in from out of its boundaries.
Correct.
Which is a tribute to how the great location of the school. I think that's a tribute to exactly what the community's saying. This is a phenomenal school that students want to attend.
Great location, yes.
59 going out.
Yep.
So can you tell me where the 157 are coming from?
Yes, I can. 15 of them are coming from Columbia.
Okay, hold on.
Okay.
I want to write this. 15. Okay.
One is coming from Silvercrest.
Wow.
2 from Eastlake. Believe it or not, 1 from Ridgeview.
You get more from Ridgeview?
1 from Elk Meadows. 6 from Falcon Ridge. 4 from Hayden Peak. 19 from Heartland. 1 from Jordan Ridge. 2 from Antelope Canyon. 27 from Majestic. 1 from Oakleaf. 2 from Mountain Shadows. 15 from Ochre. 5 from Riverside. 4 from Terra Linda. 13 from Westvale. 10 from Westland. 13 from Westvale. 10 from Westland. And 1 from Copper Canyon. 27 from out of boundary.
Right there.
Out of the district boundary.
Yeah, out of district boundary.
How many from Copper Canyon? I'm sorry.
Just 1.
Okay. And then 27
Out of district.
That's one of the greatest arguments to be made about rebuilding that school, is the attraction it's drawing. I mean, Harriman, West Jordan. Thank you.
Yep.
Or parent.
Employee, childcare.
There is a big one in this area.
Can I have one of those?
Sure.
I can deal with the paper.
It's also in Excel. Yes,
Okay,
I
any
can
other-
I can make that. I can make that available.
So, if I could, Mr. Feston, you and I had a conversation today There is misconception throughout the community of West Jordan Elementary that the permit students are not being included in their enrollment number. Just want to elaborate on that for me.
Yes, let me state unequivocally that the permits into the school are reflected in the enrollment numbers. Whether they be existing numbers that we get from Skyward or these forecast numbers, we do add them back in. The forecasts are made at the school boundary level, and then we add in the permit students that attend from out of boundary.
That has always been our practice.
That has always, as long as I've been doing this, that has been the practice.
Let me clarify that a little bit. If you have a first grader that's permitted into a school, you're going to add them to next year's second grade number, add them to next year's third grade number, add them, and so forth.
Correct.
For the forecast.
Correct.
The one thing that you can't do is forecast how many first grade permits we're going to get next year.
Correct. The number is net at the school level. It's added into grade totals.
As long as there's a permit in that grade, it follows through each of the year's forecasts that they would be at the school.
Correct. That's correct.
They have in essence been reboundaried.
Yes. That is their school.
Mr. Anderson, is the tier system still in place for permits, meaning we did a green, yellow, and red, and anything under 90, I think it was 90% capacity, was a tier 1 and a tier 2? At some point, could we get an updated list as to what schools are still on what tier level?
Yeah, we can do that.
That will help me know exactly, the possibility of which schools can still accept or accepting permits. When I look at this list as to how many schools have a net increase of permits, it's fascinating. It's going to be fascinating to compare that to the tier system and say, well, that school's on a tier 2, but you've got an increase of 100 students coming in. So at some point, I personally would like that information to be made available. Which schools are at what tier level?
That's great. We have it. We are actually planning on doing that in our October study session.
Great. Thank you.
Another thing to keep in mind with the permits is once a permit is granted at a school, it remains in force until the student leaves that school. So
or the board revokes it.
Or the board revokes it. But those students who received a permit in first grade are allowed to stay at that school until they finish sixth grade. So those are also reflected in those numbers where, it may have taken permits in the past, but not now. Those students still exist at that school.
Any other questions, or would you like to have a discussion on schools to watch?
I just want to comment on the report in general. 8 years ago, when I came onto the board and understanding what our growth was and what our projections would be, and I don't want to, I know everyone was making the best efforts possible, but the level of complexity to which we are receiving this data and the number of factors that are being accounted for now is a night and day difference to what was happening. And I know that a number of board members were felt handcuffed and limited in our ability to make very big decisions due to the limited nature of the data. And I am grateful for Superintendent Godfrey and Mr. Anderson for recognizing that there are solutions that would allow us to have much better information and much better data. And I am grateful that they have seen the opportunity to go hire, to redesign an entire department, to find a tremendous leader in Mr. Hamblin, to find trained professionals who this is their job, is to study numbers, study trends, and understand where all these trends come from. And the level of data that we are receiving now is, like I said, is night and day difference, and is genuinely allowing us to make far better decisions. And so I am just grateful for the entire team and what they are accomplishing. It's amazing what happens when you put the right resources with the right vision, with the right people, and what information, what can come of that. So thank you. Thank you.
Here.
And thank you. If I might, Mr. Feston would never toot his own horn, nor would Mr. Olson, but between the two, they are almost spot on in years that are, in my estimation, extremely challenging and volatile to project. And so they are amazing in the work that they do. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Young.
Do you want to make a motion on the schools to watch list, Nikki?
I do, if we're at that point. I would motion that we include schools that have areas of pocket busing as schools that are overpopulated and that we need to keep an eye on. So right now, I think that would be certainly Sunset Ridge Middle School, no question. And I would be open to a conversation about Copper Hills.
Okay, is there a second to that? Then we'll discuss.
I'll second it.
Okay, so it's to add Sunset Ridge Middle School to the watch list and possibly Copper Hills.
Would you be open to creating a subset where it's schools to watch, where it'd be like a separate slide, schools to watch parentheses, pocket busing, so that they're on the list, but we're able to have some level of distinction between the two?
I mean, that's just an inconvenience, but it's not a, we don't fit. I think to me, there's a difference between, in these schools, they don't fit, and in these schools, they just don't like the solution to we don't fit.
But let me just ask, so Mr. Robinson, you just said that this is a temporary solution. Is that true?
In my opinion, that even portables are temporary. We've used them long-term, but we use portables, cross-district busing as, in my opinion, temporary solution.
And I just don't see that that's temporary. When I see that other middle schools are going to be built ahead of that area, when that area is already it's overcrowded. I mean, it is. So why would that fall off of our list of watching?
When I mentioned the 5 schools that needed to be built at the last board meeting, that included a middle school in West Jordan.
Yes, it did. So while I'm comfortable with it being a sub-list, like Mr. Young said, I never want that to fall off of our radar. And as long as I'm sitting in this seat, I will mention it every single time.
Well, and I think that one thing that needs to be mentioned along with that conversation is we absolutely have room in schools on the east side of West Jordan that can accommodate these students. It was during our Moab boundary change that parents didn't want to be moved to school or moved schools. So those conversations, our patrons need to be understanding about the fact that we do have room in our schools for these students to come to. And that is a question that you need to ask yourself. Are you okay with us using more taxpayers' money to build new schools when we have room in other schools. I think that conversation needs to come along with any conversation to build.
And I'm not saying that we shouldn't say that cross-district busing isn't a solution, but I don't want it to be a solution for one city in the district.
I very much think they should be on this. Any school that we are pocket busing should be on our schools to watch list. I can go either way on whether that's separate list or not, but it should be a list because we could pocket bus any school in the district if we wanted to.
However, if we pull back on that, then we have some enrolled schools that we're not using. So
I agree, but we're looking at building a flex building for a city that doesn't want it.
I'm with you.
I don't remember a good conversation on.
I'm with you, and that's why I say cross-district busing has always, for me, been very temporary. It's until we get a school built.
So a school built or boundary changes, because there still is room, and you're taking that
The problem with
availability
the
from
problem with
schools.
some of those boundary
to-
changes is you've almost got to put the school out of the boundary in order for people to fit. So, like, we're pretty close to already the line of Copper Hills and West Jordan is encroaching upon, or Copper Hills and West Jordan is encroaching on Copper Hills. So does the school reside outside the boundary? You know?
Or you have pocket busing
Or you
boundaries
have
like
pocket
we have
bus-
now.
Which we have now.
If I remember correctly, there was still plenty of room for families that were attending Copper Hills to come over to West Jordan. That would not affect them as much as the pocket busing of the students. And those are just questions that need to be asked, and they need to be made aware of, that, you know, if we're going to build a new school, we do need to be made aware of the fact that there is availability in other schools. And when you take those students out of those schools to put them in a school that's built, you're taking away opportunity from students in the school to have the availability of different programming. So there's a lot of questions that need to go into that.
Mr. Feston, there was a question on Copper Hills. Do you have data on what Copper Hills would look like if we didn't include the pocket busing students?
I can get actual numbers. Currently, there are, I believe, 18 students total west of 111 that are currently boundaried to either Joel P. Jensen Middle School or Copper Hills High School. I would have to look and see what the breakdown is by level, but it's low numbers of students currently.
And that's because people are moving into their homes still.
Correct.
Those
And
homes are not done.
But within the
built.
next 2-3 years, that 18, any idea what that goes up to?
I would have to dig into the data to look at that specific of an area.
Maybe that's a slide that we need included on this list every year, so we can watch that number.
We get that number in facilities every year. We ask for that number specifically in facilities every year.
So there was a question on, Ms. George, you said Sunset Ridge for sure, but question mark on Copper Hills.
And the only reason I did that is because right now we're seeing younger students that
Okay.
have pocket bus. So I think that conversation, I would just as soon put it on, but right now it doesn't feel as pressing.
That's kind of why I like the idea of just creating a sub list so that we just put all the ones that are pocket bust, so that it's not a matter of, well, is this one really high? Because I think we put Sunset Ridge, we put Jordan, we put Copper Hills, and we always know we're watching these because they have a solution that's pretty low on our solutions preferences. I think that's why I'd like to see just a subset, just so that each year we don't have to worry about which ones we're putting on. We just know these are the ones that are pocket bust right now.
I'm comfortable with that.
Copper Hills will drop over the next 5 years 300 students. So theoretically, their permit window should increase by 300 students.
That their permit window.
If there's 300 students less in the building, they should be able to permit in
What's
300 students.
What is the capacity of the building?
29?
What is 90% capacity with no portables? Like 90%
That's why I want to know
building
what
capacity.
tier they're on.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's with 7 portables right now.
We only allow permits if there's of 90% of building capacity. No portables.
Unless they've been approved to go to a higher tier.
Mm-hmm.
we can bring you that information in our October study session when we're talking permits.
Okay, Mr. Young, do you want to amend?
There was a motion. Oh,
motion.
Yeah.
I would propose, I would like to amend the motion that we add a schools to watch sub-list that are schools that are pocket busing, and add all schools that are pocket busing to that list.
And right now, those would be Sunset Ridge and Copper Hills.
Do you want to add Joel P. Jensen and West Jordan to that list as well, since they're the receiving school?
Yeah. Do you want to put pocket busing in or pocket busing out or both?
Say both.
Yeah.
I almost feel like we need a schools to watch on the other end of the spectrum too. I don't know.
I like the subset idea. What if there's a schools to watch list and it's the low enrollment list, it's the high enrollment list, and it's the pocket busing list underneath?
Yep.
So that because we've referenced two different schools to watch lists, it might be nice to have it all in one list.
So we have.
Amend the amend.
So it's, you said schools to watch, pocket bus list, low enrollment list.
Low enrollment, reaching capacity, and pocket bus.
Okay.
I mean, I don't have all the nomenclature exactly what it ought to be, but those three situations I think ought to be included on a schools to watch list.
Okay, if we just amend it to that.
I'm okay with that, except that I've heard a lot of conversations about leaving schools on high alert all the time. And I'm wondering if that's a list that the board is comfortable having. I feel like we need it, but
The list would be dictated by a policy which we set. It's just a X's and O's. It's not a judgment call. It's an X and O call. The policy said this number, you're at this number, you're on the list.
I think we need it too.
I'm totally comfortable with it then.
I'll second it. Whoever made the original.
I know, I'm like, oh, can I second if I was one of 3 contributors?
Sure. Okay, so our motion is to have a schools to watch list that has reaching capacity, low enrollment, and pocket busing. So we have 3 subsets of the list. Any more discussion to that?
Be okay if we tinker the names, as Mr. Godfrey pointed out. I could see if, not that those aren't the names we'll use, but we'll.
Everyone's good with tinkering.
The general idea.
Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, what do you need additional information from us on that?
I think we're good.
Okay, and do you want this list brought back to us or sent to us at the next meeting? Are we asking this for next year?
Facilities will present it to you next month.
And I just echo what Mr. Young and others have expressed, that we have a highly trained, highly effective team, a great combination of skills and backgrounds to bring you the best information possible.
Thank you. So we'll now move on to the next agenda item, which is the next part of your presentation.
Yeah, this is Ridgeview Elementary, 6th grade relocation. If you'll recall, the board had 3 options that we presented a few months ago. One of which was to do a boundary change with the adjacent schools that would be more permanent. The other would be to pocket bus entire neighborhoods to an adjacent school as a temporary solution. And the third was to look simply at the 6th grade at Ridgeview and move them, pocket bus them to an adjacent school. The board at that point opted to study option C, which was to relocate the 6th grade for 1 year to an adjacent school. And the 2 possible locations, if you'll recall, was Oakleaf Elementary, which opened this year, and South Hills Middle School, which is adjacent to the Ridgeview property. We talked about a lot of considerations at the time. Transportation would require 6th graders to be bused from Ridgeview to either location. So there's issues and considerations there that would probably cut into and impact instructional time. There would be staffing considerations at both schools, and of course the Ridgeview staff, the teachers of the 6th grade, and aides and so forth there would need to be impacted. We've met with the 6th grade team. I know members of the board have also done that. We would also be considering classroom space. At Oakleaf, there would be plenty. At South Hills, there would need to be additional portables. And so with that in mind, the current 5th grade class is now at 131 students. They would be the 6th grade class for next year. But as Mr. Feston pointed out, revised forecasts for Ridgeview Elementary, you can see them here. They will actually stabilize for the next 2 years while there is a breath or a pause in the growth in that area due to the factors that Mr. Feston described. And once building picks up again, it is forecasted to grow from there. Still needing the flex school, but for the next couple of years, our forecasts indicate that Ridgeview Elementary will be able to accommodate all students at the school currently until the flex school opens in 2024. Any questions on that? I mean, that's I think welcome news. Our next steps would be to notify the schools as well as the cities involved, letting them know that there will be no longer needing a change if the board is okay moving in that direction.
Plus, it will free up buses, and that's good.
Transportation was a huge consideration. We've met with them on numerous occasions. We could troubleshoot that and work it out, but it was not going to be without some difficulty. Yes. Yes. They should be thrilled.
Board decides to move forward with that option. May we remember when it gets tough next year and it feels really tight that it's still better than having to ship people around for a lot of different reasons.
So President Miller, I move that we notify staff to cancel the alert that went out to those communities about a potential boundary change.
Okay, the motion is to cancel the alert that went out to those communities about a potential boundary change. Is there discussion to that motion? All right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? That passes unanimously.
Thank you. We'll get that sent out this week. We'll copy you when it's sent. We'll now share 4 potential options for the board to consider. I want to make sure we understand that regardless of how the board chooses to proceed with West Jordan Elementary, whether it's a rebuild or a consolidation, either way, the school will need to be closed for a space of time. And so these options are for consideration of either pathway. Does that make sense? Okay. When we go into here, I just want to remind the board of the priorities that were set. These latest round of priorities we talked about 2 years ago, this time in 2020, where we strive and endeavor to accommodate the priorities that are listed up there. That includes major roads, natural boundaries such as canals, trying to balance the long-term enrollment of the schools, knowing in this area specifically the trends in the growth and decline rates. And of course, they're all within the city of West Jordan, but we took into account every one of these priorities. There are also some, you can see here, the West Jordan area enrollment. This takes into account all of the schools that we're talking about today, the 4 schools of Oker, Westland, West Jordan, and Majestic. Okay, these are the forecasts and the enrollment for the next 5 years and the previous, 10 years?
10 years.
For the schools, those 4 schools that we'll be discussing today.
So I have a couple of these slides. So this is the 10-year enrollment for these 4 schools.
I'm sorry, one more time. Could you give me the 4 schools?
Yep. Oker, Westland, West Jordan, and Majestic.
Okay.
So there are a couple of little blips in here. Just remember, we haven't had a normal school year since 2018-19, because 19-20 was Moab, 20 was COVID, 21 was pandemic recovery, and now we're having economic upheaval, whatever we have now. So the historic trend, the recent historic trend is down for this area, and it is projected to do so. Just one other forecast. Excuse me. Thank you, Travis. I went back. My daughter was a Westland student when she started there in 2006. Its population was 646, and it's now down around 400 now. So, from experience, it is the population is declining. There's some considerations in this area that I wanted to touch on from my past life in the planning world. West Jordan recently, last year, approved the ability to build an accessory dwelling unit in single-family zones. I'm still trying to get the total number from the city of how many have been approved. It's anywhere from more than 1 to a lot, is what I'm hearing. So I am still working on that. But those units are allowed in single-family zones. The requirements to build them, honestly, are almost prohibitive at the city level. The requirements that have been placed on those make it very, very difficult to develop those. That being said, this area is the zoning allows for external zoning units, so external dwelling units, so a tiny home in the backyard, mother-in-law over the apartment over the detached garage. All of those would be allowed in this zone. We are still working on getting the exact number of how many have been approved. But also, this is an area that is aging out. There are some very large, deep lots that could lend themselves to what's called infill development. So development inside the block, away from the street. That doesn't yield a lot of students either, for the simple reason that land is expensive. It's expensive to buy. It's expensive to develop. So you have to put a higher density product on that land to make it profitable as a developer. So, for example, behind the Target there is a mink farm. It's approximately 12 acres in size. If that was developed with quarter-acre lots, taking out streets and other dedications that the developer would have to come up with, conservatively you could put 32 homes on that 12 acres. At current yield rates, that would be 8 students. And 12 acres is a large piece of ground in this area. So the yield rates are lower. They don't, there's not a lot of students that come out of the homes there. Also, this is also an area that is aging, and the neighborhoods are turning over as people sell their homes and move on. And the conventional wisdom has always been, well, these homes are being purchased by families with children. I talked with the neighboring school district that has 3 school closures before their board in the next couple of months, to talk through this issue and see if they have seen any increase in students in areas like that in their district. And their best guess was about 50% of the homes that are sold to families with children. Now, these new families have the same demographic profile as society at large. The days of 6 and 7 children families are those are the exceptions. One or two children. So there's not as many students as conventional wisdom would lead you to believe are coming out of this neighborhood turnover. The census data bears this out. The household size is declining. From 2010 to 2020, it dropped almost 1/10 of a person per household. That's not necessarily indicative of children. It could be older adult children living in the basement. It could be mother-in-law coming to live. That all feeds into this household size. It's not necessarily all students that come out of that. And if it were, this graph would look different. We would see those students in our enrollment numbers, because again, these enrollment numbers do include students that come from out of the boundary. Their permits are included in these numbers.
Before we get to the the boundary options and the maps, I want to go over some assumptions that we made in creating these boundary options and forecasting the projections that you're going to see. The district programs, such as ALPS, special ed, with the support classrooms and the preschools, would need in every scenario would be relocated from West Jordan Elementary School and or Westland Elementary School. Currently, West Jordan Elementary School has 3 support classrooms, 1 preschool, and at Westland they have ALPS. The other one, when we relocate ALPS, in-boundary ALPS students, we assumed would remain at Westland. That's not to say they will, but we're assuming, based on our previous experience with ALPS students, that many of them would stay at their boundary school. So in these forecasts, we've assumed that they all stay. And if they weren't, or if they were to go with the ALPS program wherever it is relocated, that would bring down the enrollment totals at Westland.
Just as a reminder, we did move ALPS from Jordan Ridge just recently, so we have fairly fresh experience with that.
That's correct, yeah. Also, when West Jordan Elementary, when it closes for one reason or the other, whether it's a rebuild or whether it's a consolidation, all permits currently located, all 157 of them, as we've discussed earlier, would end at West Jordan upon closure. If the decision were made to rebuild on site, it would require the closure for some time, and then new permit applications would be required. And lastly, just wanted to point out that Majestic Elementary School for the Arts would remain the arts program school, and any new boundary students coming into Majestic would be participating in that program.
Mike, can you just briefly touch on the holistic nature of that program as to why that assumption is being made?
Sure, yes. It is not a school within a school. It is a type of specialty school. It's a magnet school, if you will, for the arts, and every student attending Majestic Elementary School for the Arts participates to one degree or the other in the arts program. It's infused into the program itself.
Core instruction includes art projects to teach those core concepts as well. So there is specific art instruction that would not normally be a part of an elementary student's day, but there's also a different look to core instruction. So it's really throughout every day that arts are a part of what students are experiencing.
And is that
Thank
a
you.
format that just has to be, in order to have an arts academy, it has to be every student at every grade? Or could we rethink that?
I think it's our most effective way of making arts a true center of that school. I think you'd have to have very large numbers at the school in order to run two separate programs. We've seen the difficulty in doing smaller schools with dual language immersion already, where class sizes get askew and it becomes difficult to run parallel programs separate from each other in a school that is anything less than, I'd say, probably 800 students. A very large school is best for running a school within a school program.
And for that reason, you'll notice that the boundary options impact Majestic to one. Some of them don't impact Majestic at all, but when they do impact it, will be to a lesser degree because for what Dr. Godfrey just pointed out. So here we go. Option A, and just before I begin explaining the nuances of option A, just some reference points for where we are if you're listening at home or if you're looking at these maps. The bold line at the very top of the map is our district boundary. North of that is Granite School District, and that's roughly 6,600 south. At the bottom of the map is 7,800 south. Okay, and all schools within this discussion fall within our district boundary to the north and 7,800 south on the south. Bookended to the east and west, it's unique in this because we have a major road in Bangor Highway on the east of this, on the west, and we have Redwood Road on the east. So that's the kind of the confined area with which we find ourselves. As a reminder, we have notified each of these school communities, all four of them. We've got Ochre, Westland, Westvale, and Majestic. We've notified those four, as well as the
West Jordan. You said Westvale.
Sorry, West Jordan. Each of these school communities and the city has been notified about potential boundary changes a few months ago. All right, so in option A, the bold lines represent current school boundaries. The shaded colored areas are representative of the new boundaries. Option A merges the boundaries of West Jordan Elementary School and Westland. You'll see in the light green there, that would be the boundary of Westland Elementary in the light green.
So all students to Westland.
All students currently at West Jordan Elementary School would go to Westland. The programs of ALPS and the support classrooms would be relocated.
We don't know yet where they would be relocated to.
At this point, no. We can come to the board with that. That's in process right now. You can see, for convenience purposes, you can see the anticipated enrollment at those schools for next year. Majestic is not impacted in this boundary change. Due to the capacity at Westland Elementary and considerations for programs, full-day kindergarten, Title I staffing, we estimate that it may require up to 6 portables at Westland Elementary School in order to accommodate that.
With removing ALPS.
ALPS is removed, programs are removed at West Jordan, and ALPS would be relocated. So again, merges the boundaries of West Jordan and Westland. Ochre and Majestic are not impacted.
Go back to that slide again. Currently, no students are bused to West Jordan Elementary. Is that correct?
Correct. However, if these two boundaries were to merge, in the upper right-hand corner, if we can toggle back to the map, in the upper right-hand corner of Westland's boundaries, that's the area behind the old Target and the mink farm area. Those students in that corner would be bus eligible. As of this morning, we had 6 students living in that area. Thousands of mink, 6 students.
Away from really being bus eligible because we have to have 10 students on the bus, correct?
Yeah, I just said they're bus eligible. Whether or not they end up riding the bus or do we do space available in that area, those are discussions we could have in the future.
And I'm just going to clarify, you said another school, but we're talking about West Jordan Elementary on the right corner there.
Correct. Yep. Yeah, we have too many Wests in this area. So, okay, that's option A. Option B. Here's let's look at the table briefly here. You'll see in the shaded blue column, that's the current use capacity of each of the 3 schools that are mentioned here, and then our forecasts for the enrollment for the next few years. That's why I mentioned that Westland would need, we figure up anywhere up to 6 portables, right around there, to accommodate the enrollment and the other considerations that we would have in that school. Okay. Option B, it moves the area west of the canal, and the canal is the meandering line that you see currently between Oker and Westland. It uses the canal to continue the boundary between Oker and Westland. Okay, and current Westland students would go to Oker. The remaining West Jordan boundary would merge or move into the Westland boundary. And again, busing may be required in the far northeast corner of the new Westland Elementary School that we just discussed, near the mink farm. As a reminder, special programs would be relocated, and this option would also likely require additional portables at Westland, although probably fewer. Majestic is not impacted in this option.
And no additional busing needed at Oker with this?
Not to Oker.
Only Westland?
Correct. Okay. Here are the breakdowns for the forecast projection, with the shaded blue being the current use capacity at the building.
You're welcome to stand up and take a picture of the TV behind you. Probably get a better shot.
Heads.
And to anyone listening at home, we will be posting all of this information on the website, and it'll be all infused into the survey that will be going out. It will all be publicly available, along with more detailed maps.
Mr. Anderson, can you tell me, in this option, you said perhaps portables would be required at Westland?
Correct.
But in 2023, it's 602 and the capacity is 625. So
Yeah, we left some room, some flexibility there for a couple of reasons. If we were to expand full-day kindergarten, that could impact the number of classrooms. Staffing ratios at Title I schools are lower. That could impact classrooms. And so it would require, we believe it will require some portables there, but not as many as option A.
Right.
If that makes sense.
And I see that the reasonable maximum portables is 10. So we're still well below the reasonable.
Absolutely, yes. We have many schools in the district with far more portables, and yeah, the reasonable maximum that we've set here in this room is 10. Okay, that's option B. We'll move on to option C. Option C, it distributes enrollment between all 3 schools, Majestic, Oker, and Westland. The boundaries follow major roads and the canal, as you can see there. As a reminder, the bold lines are the current boundaries. The shaded colored lines are the proposed boundaries in this option. This, as is the case in other options, it may require busing from the northeast corner of the new Westland Elementary School boundary. Special programs are relocated, and this option may require additional portables as well at Westland. Similar, but this impacts all 3 schools, including Majestic. If you can toggle back to the map there, the big difference with Majestic in option C is that they pick up the area to the north. That would be behind the target area and the current mink farm they would pick up. And as you can see in parentheses, in those study areas, that would be a total of 40 students, 6 of whom are bus eligible today.
But there would not be any busing required in this one because they would be walk eligible to Majestic.
Oh, correct. Sorry, yes. Yeah, good point. Thank you.
And when you say 6 of whom are bus eligible today, does that mean they're busing to West Jordan Elementary?
Sorry, yes. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
That's what I
all
thought.
walking.
Sorry, I was just confused.
He's saying based on the number of students currently in that area.
Yeah.
if the number of students in that area remains the same for next year, there would be 6 who would be bus eligible to Westland, but they would walk to Majestic.
That's correct.
So option C has no busing areas added.
Correct. Okay. And you can see the numbers for option C. Majestic does tick up a few in this option. Given the forecast, Westland would not require as many portables, but we leave the flexibility there due to the reasons I described earlier. Okay, option D. Option D is a variation on the theme of option C. It moves more students to Majestic, and you can see the options there that were described. Programs would be moved. It does take the neighborhoods west of 2200 West, which is Fargo Road up there on the north, and it does cut through some backyards and some areas there in the south, and you can see the number of students in parentheses that would add to Majestic. This is the option that makes Majestic the largest enrollment school. And this is based on input that we've received, ideas and input that we received from the community and members of the board.
Can you rephrase that? It doesn't make Majestic the largest enrollment. This is the largest enrollment possibility. That
Correct. Option D makes Majestic the largest. It has the largest impact on Majestic's enrollment.
all the options.
Of all the options. It does not make it the largest school in that area by a long shot, but it does increase its enrollment the most.
So none of the options balance these schools.
Correct, and that's in part due. This balances the between Ochre and Westland better, but as we described earlier with the program at Majestic, it does keep it in a more suitable range for that program.
I also think it's important to point out that these architectural capacities are a lot lower than our other schools we're building now.
Yeah, these are smaller schools altogether. Yeah.
I'm sorry to be repetitive.
Not at all.
But any of these options do not allow Alps to stay at Westland.
Under all four options, A through D, all programs would be removed from Westland and, of course, West Jordan Elementary. So yes, Alps is moved from Westland in every option. The programs that are currently at West Jordan Elementary School would also be relocated. We did look at options that kept Alps at Westland, and there just were not feasible options without, more portables than is comfortable.
What about our virtual academy hub at Majestic? Would it be able to stay in all of these options, or does that move in any of these?
Option D would make it the tightest. Right now, I think we could still accommodate where we are. Our potential timeline, I say potential based on some of the discussions we've had earlier about, the third-party inspections and reports. I want to make sure that the board understands these are things that are subject to change, but this is the anticipated or the potential way we could roll this out. Beginning next week, the week of October 3rd through Monday the 17th, that gives us 2 full weekends, as we've typically done. We would survey patrons in the 4 current schools that are impacted by these boundaries. Within that survey, there would be a link to the boundary website, and in that link, we would record, as we've done in other boundary options, a screencast where they could click on it and watch the different options and the differences between them. We'd also have interactive maps that would be available so that patrons could hover over a study area and see just how many students are in that area. People like to do that just to see if there was any other options or potential ideas that could be formed for different options. We've already discussed that we would have an open house on October 12th. We do need to, I think, finalize if I'm not mistaken, a location for that open house.
I was under the impression that it was at West Jordan Elementary.
Okay.
I believe that we checked to see if the school was available.
Okay. I just,
The reason that question's being asked is if we're inviting other schools that might be impacted by the boundary, would that necessarily be held at West Jordan Elementary? It might be the best location, but it's a question.
Better at Westland. Or at a middle school.
As you're talking about this open house, are you taking into account the open house that we had already scheduled for the West Jordan Elementary closing or housing options? Or is this a separate one to discuss simply the boundary changes?
this is the same open house that was,
Okay.
was
Okay, I just
discussed
wanted to
and
make sure
scheduled
that that
earlier.
was-
Yeah, thank you for that clarification. At that point, on October 12th, the survey would still be open, so patrons could come to the open house, get additional information or clarifications, and still have time, almost a week to complete the survey if they wish to.
How does the board feel about changing the location for this town hall?
I'm just thinking about how full the cafeteria was at the last open house, and we only saw members of West Jordan Elementary. I think that there's potential for a lot more people to come to this.
I think that's fair.
If we follow the format that we've used in previous open houses, it would be, we would have large maps posted on easels around either the media center or the open area, whatever open area we choose to use. And we'd have maps that we could project and look at various study areas. There would be members of Travis's team and myself and others there to answer questions and to clarify things and walk through the options.
I'm not against moving it, but traditionally when we change boundaries, people who are not moving don't come. So I don't know that you'll see a lot of people from Westland and Majestic coming out to this meeting, but well, usually when we have boundary ones, they're just not well attended.
I would think that patrons from Westland will have a lot to say if their program's being moved out of the school.
Maybe that's something to consider, but I'm just saying traditionally we haven't had a lot of luck with that.
I
Our-
don't have a
our turn.
preference for where it should be, but
I
having
don't
enough
care
room
either.
for people is important. So can we leave that up to administration, or does someone want to recommend a school?
Would West Jordan Middle be a nice neutral ground?
Yeah, my only concern about doing the format that Mr. Anderson is talking about is we did promise the West Jordan community that we would be coming back with some answers to their questions. And will we be able to say that we've answered those in an open format? I do believe, on thinking about the questions, I believe that we can.
One,
Your thoughts, Ms. George and Mr. Young?
Particularly at a place like West Jordan Middle, we can do both. We could set up an area where the maps and the people are available to answer questions about boundaries, and then at a time certain, we could start a town hall Q&A and do.
that is a format we've used in the past with boundaries, where we met in the auditorium, gave kind of the macro level details, explained the boundaries, and allowed for breakouts at another location, and so people could get specific questions answered.
I think that would be a great format.
We can set it up however you'd like, wherever you'd like. We're not trying to move it or.
No,
we-
yeah.
We just wanted to be sure that there was discussion about accomplishing those two tasks somehow.
I do think that there have been great points made, that there was a lot of people at West Jordan Elementary, and that did take up a lot of room. And then also making the availability for a neutral space for everybody that is involved, I think is important as well. And I do believe that with you just answering that, I think we can accommodate answering those questions for the community of West Jordan Elementary.
Very good. continuing on with the potential timeline, we would have survey results back. We could have a public hearing on the boundary change that is required, and even potential recommendations by November 1st. As has been mentioned, we don't have another meeting in November until the 29th. And so even if there were recommendations, given the timeline with the inspections and things, the potential final decision could be made November 29th, with the inspection report coming back sometime between there, perhaps.
We do have a November 15th meeting also.
Which is, it's a
Between
study
those two,
session,
yeah.
yeah. Next
Yes.
business session is
Gotcha.
November 29th.
Okay.
I just want to make sure that any information that is going out to the public is in English and in Spanish, please.
Sure.
Yeah, I do want to keep the date because the date has been identified. And so I do think that, of course, we need to have that conversation with West Jordan Middle School to see if they can accommodate. If they can't, then I would just leave that up to you all to find a location that you feel like would be suitable.
With the combination format of the meeting, is an hour and a half long enough?
The initial meeting together could be a time certain. We could have that at the very beginning. It would last, 15 to 20 minutes perhaps, and then breaking out for the next hour after that. In the past, that's worked. There are people, groups that may linger, but that time frame has worked. But we could do whatever you feel is best.
So 6 to 7:30?
Yeah.
Okay, are there any other questions or things we need to clarify? When you send the survey out, that will also include information about the open house, correct? So people will know that if they want to go to the open house first before filling it out,
That's correct.
opportunities coming.
Yeah, we'll preface before they get into any of the options or the ability to weigh in and give their preference. We would give all the information that would be pertinent for them.
So I'm trying to think about how this could be answered maybe in the survey, and I don't know if it can. I'm hearing that the community does not know enough about the other schools. What are the highlights of some of the other schools? To help them feel more comfortable with what would be provided at the other schools. And I'm trying to think of the best way to highlight some of those things, but we're also having the conversation that with these boundaries that could take away programs. I'm not quite sure how to answer that or share that information so that people can make good decisions.
Yeah, one potential option is within the survey we could just embed a link for the school on where it says Westland Elementary. There could be a hyperlink that takes it to the school's homepage. People could find out more about the school, recent events, staff, and so forth, with the caveat that things may be subject to change because of the programs shifting.
I hear a lot of questions about access points at these various schools that might be intaking. People are concerned how can I get there safely? Is there a way that we could somewhere add, like maybe just a diagram of the school and say, here's a hole in the fence, here's a hole in the fence, here's where you could drive. Could we outline that somehow?
Make sure I understand that. So you're talking as in a hole in the fence, like an entrance, not like a...
An official hole.
I should have said that.
There are those holes exist out there. I just wanted to make sure we're talking about official
holes.
entrances.
No, I meant back entrances for walking pedestrians. Is that a better answer? I don't know how to say that.
We could put that
properly.
together. The lion, witch, and the wardrobe type thing, we would have to keep secret. But the other stuff we can make public.
Yes. Yeah, we could do that. I think we could also point out some of the features, along the canal, for example. There is not anything that along the canal that you could cross, it would be at intersections with roads, correct? And things like that.
Have conversations been had with West Jordan City? Would any of these options require additional crossing guards or moving crossing guards?
Yes, they could require moving crossing guards. Depending on the option chosen, it could be additional, because you're having kids moving and walking from previous boundaries to new boundaries and crossing new streets and so forth. So it absolutely could require a shift.
Does this board feel that it's necessary for us to have a meeting with West Jordan City before this town hall? We did invite them to our last town hall, correct, Ms. George?
I think we decided not to make a formal invitation on that one because it was a little early on the information that we could share. I do think they've expressed an interest in staying in the loop, and I think it would just be a nice professional courtesy for us to ask if they have interest in meeting before.
I agree. I think it's a good idea.
However, Mayor Burton's assistant was there.
She was there, correct. Thank you for noting that.
I think it'd be good to reach out to the city and see if they would like to meet.
Or if they would just like to extend the invitation to anybody that may want to come to the town hall on the 12th.
So would that be, just so I'm clear, what committee would be offering that meeting?
Government relations would be good.
Okay.
Yeah, I was thinking that same thing. Should we have government relations reach out and extend that offer? Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Anything else? Do we need a motion to move it, that we want to go ahead? Let's take a motion to move ahead with presenting these 4 options to the public.
Make a motion that we move forward with presenting these 4 options to the public through survey as well as town hall meeting on October 12th.
I'll second.
Okay, so the motion is to move forward with these 4 options and sending out the information to the public about about these options in a survey and the town hall meeting on the 12th. Any additional discussion to that?
Do you want an option E that does not move Alps?
I would love to see that because I am concerned about moving any type of programs outside of the.
The advantage of offering that to the public is it makes it obvious what the cost of not moving it would be and the cost of moving it. So given your concern, I want to make sure that we don't move forward with the motion until you've had a chance to say, I want an option E. However unpopular it may be, I would like to see an option E that at least asks the question, what would it look like to not move Alps? I don't want to vote until you weigh in on that question. If you say I'm content with 4, then great. But this is your moment to say, I mean, if we don't, the window will close immediately as soon as we take this vote.
Yes, and I understand that. Thank you for bringing that up. Yes, I would very much want to see an option E. Elementary.
So then I would propose, President, we take 2 votes. An amended, or a motion to add an option E and then approve the options that may or may not be true at that moment.
So let me clarify. Add an option E and then send out the 5 options on October 3rd. So the board will not have seen E.
Correct.
That's the only clarification I wanted to make. If you were, I mean, we could send it to the board. We could provide the same level of information, but we will not have had the opportunity to meet like this and discuss the option.
I, for one, your process, your reasoning is following the board priorities, and I have no doubt that an option E doing what was tasked would follow that as well, so I don't need to see it. personally.
I don't either.
We always say it's never A or B, it's always C. So in this case, it's never A, B, C, or D, or it's probably E, F, G.
Yes,
or
I wouldn't say it's the last chance to have an option E
Oh,
because
we could always add that other option, but I'm good with adding that now or modifying it later or whatever.
I think it's important to add it now.
Okay, do you want to amend your motion?
I'll
Just, I
amend-
think
Just
they're
restate it.
different enough that we need to have two votes. One vote is do we add E or not? And then the other vote is do we move forward with the options that have been approved?
So we will vote on whether or not to amend. And then we will vote on the full motion. Okay, so if you want to do a motion to amend,
Make a motion to amend my previous motion by including option E to the 4 options, which does make it 5 options.
But be specific what option E is.
Sorry. With the option E of being an option with keeping ALPS program at Westland Elementary.
As long as the board's comfortable knowing it may not be a real close variation to any of them because it could require some pretty radical changes. And we are limited to the 4 schools that we've noticed. So
okay, second to that?
I'll second the amendment.
Okay, so we are voting on whether or not to amend the motion. So we're voting on whether or not to add an option E, which is an option that leaves ALPS at Westland. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, so now our full motion is that we present 5 options to the public. All in favor of that motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, do you have any questions for us?
I don't think so. We'll have the survey out the next week. I'm not sure which day that will be, given that we have to go back and make an option E. I mean, it may prolong it. The nice thing about that is that we can also extend the survey open on the other side. So we try to give it 2 full weekends, usually at least 2 full weeks for people to consider that. And so as long as we understand that it may not be the beginning of next week, we can move forward.
All right, thank you. We will now take a break. We'll start our general meeting at 6:30. Are we streaming? Okay. Welcome. This is the Jordan School District Board of Education meeting, and today is September 27th, 2022. We are here at the JTC South Building. Welcome. It is great to have all of you here. We have up here our board attorney, Mr. Van Komen, down on the end, and then board member Dale Robinson, Jen Atwood, Nikki George, Bryce Dunford. I'm Tracy Miller, Marilyn Richards, Matt Young, our superintendent, Anthony Godfrey, our associate superintendent, Michael Anderson, and our business administrator, John Larson. We are excited to have Kelsey Peak Virtual School here with us today. We are going to have our Pledge of Allegiance by London Gomez, Cameron Simmons, and Zach Oettinger, who are students at Kelsey Peak. Then our Reverence by Krista Gibbons, who is a teacher. And then we will have our Celebrating Schools by Kimberly Harrison and Ashlyn Anderson, who are teachers, and Bella Hansen and Jaden Duffner, who are students. And is the light on?
It is now.
Okay.
Stand for the posting of the flag. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, in which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You may be seated.
Dear Heavenly Father, we're indeed grateful for this wonderful school board and for Dr. Godfrey and all that they do to support us as teachers, parents, students, and staff. We ask that our ears will be open to listen and our mind open to understand as we have this wonderful discussion this evening. And we say these things in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Unfortunately, Bella was not able to make it today, but we still have Jaden with us, so he'll be doing some speaking. Good evening, board members and Superintendent Godfrey. We are the faculty, students, and parents from Kelsey Peak Virtual Middle School. Thank you for this opportunity to be here. We have some of us back there. Currently, we have 116 full-time students and 49 hybrid students, and we are still enrolling more students weekly. Our doors are always open. Kelsey Peak's model provides students the ability to work from a variety of settings. This appeals to students who have anxiety, depression, medical conditions, and physical limitations that may create barriers to access their education in a more traditional setting. We also have a variety of students who attend in order to travel, spend time with family, and focus on their athletic achievements. And yet, our students are not isolated at home. Our students have awesome opportunities to collaborate in person and take field trips. We have been to the STEM Action Center, Utah Valley University, and the Capitol Theater, and more. Thanks to our classroom spaces at Hidden Valley Middle School and Majestic Elementary, Kelsey Peak students may come in weekly for hands-on science labs, PE games, art clubs, and academic enrichment. We have hosted engaging guest presenters, including a paleontologist from the Natural History Museum of Utah and the BYU Young Company. Kelsey Peak students also excel academically. Our students are involved in the National Junior Honor Society. Last year, 8th grade students at Kelsey Peak completed in the We the People competition and took first place in Unit 6. Two Kelsey Peak students were among the only 4 Jordan School District students who received awards at the secondary level at the Central Utah Science and Engineering Fair at BYU last year.
One of our students, Bella, wanted to say, online school will always have a special place in my heart. The teachers and the people that I've met over the years of being an online student have been amazing. I have probably the best teachers that a student could ask for. They always look out for their students and make sure that no one is left out of any situations. Most of the things we do in our online classes are interactive and choice related, and I believe that this is an amazing way to teach because it's not forcing a student to answer a question they don't feel comfortable with. Kelsey Peak is a very unique school and an amazing one at that.
The reason why I think online school is the best in regular school, you don't learn as much as you do online. Online, you get to choose more classes than just choir or Spanish. Online is better for more things because you get great teachers and a very great principal. School's okay for some things like social interaction, getting to know people, but online you'll get to see the people, and you do get a chance to reach out and get to know the people.
One of our school's parents, Miss Duffner, wanted to share, I am so thrilled to hear that Kelsey Peak Middle School is being spotlighted. I truly believe this school deserves it. My son Jaden is in his second year with Kelsey Peak, and I wouldn't pick any other school for him to attend. At the beginning of summer, we had enrolled him into his Boundary Public School. Unfortunately, they only had about 3 elective classes. None of them were of any interest to him. After that, we decided to check back into Kelsey Peak, and they had a ton to choose from. My son is taking yoga, coding, business and technology, and theater. Beside the classes, I cannot say enough about the teachers and the amazing principal. Mr. Campbell has gone above and beyond to make sure Jaden is succeeding. He is always there if we need to help. I absolutely love this school and would recommend it to any and everyone looking for a different approach to learning. Parent Ashley Weiner also wanted to share her story. She said, our kids get daily interaction with their teachers and other students. The teachers genuinely care for their kids and reach out to them just to see how they are doing. If we have questions, we know that we can reach out and quickly get a response. I am so grateful for all the help and support we've had from the virtual school teachers the last 2 years. As you can see, our small but mighty middle school provides the perfect place for some Jordan School District students. We love our students, we love our team and our school, and we're grateful for the chance to provide personalized learning for our students. Thank you.
Thank you. Fantastic. This is the first time that we have had a recognition from a virtual school here in this meeting. So great to have you here. Can I get everyone that's here from Kelsey Peak to stand up? We have a Jordan District pin for you, and we'd like to shake your hands, or knuckle, or you can just smile and wave if you want to. But we'll have all the teachers and students start down here at this end. Thank you, Kelsey Peak, for being here. It is so fun for us to see the growth and the success of that school. We really appreciate you. Excited about that. Keep up the good work. We will now move on to our resolutions of appreciation. Ms. Richards. Yes, appreciation. Okay.
Whereas dedicated service to Jordan School District was faithfully and effectively performed, whereas they consistently and conscientiously executed their responsibilities with integrity, honesty, and loyalty, be it therefore resolved that the Jordan School District Board of Education and the district administration declare appreciation for the outstanding service that was performed in the cause of public education, and hereby express our sorrow at the death of these valued friends: Margaret Hennis Davis, social worker; Sophia Capos Drossus, teacher; Charles Frederick Ertel, bus driver; Barbara Anna Creek, teacher.
Thank you. Next, we have recognitions from board members. Do I have any board members with recognitions? Ms. George.
I just wanted to give a special shout out to some of our school nurses. Since our last meeting, I had a sweet neighbor who was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes. She was scared, as you can imagine, came out of the hospital, not sure how to return to school, and her mom was overwhelmed with the support that she found with an insulin nurse who came and helped her with shots during the day, a nurse who brought out students to train, and I just want to say it's above and beyond and so appreciated that we have such caring employees at our district.
Any others? Okay, I have a few, so bear with me. First of all, I want to start out by recognizing all of our PTAs at our elementary schools, actually at all levels, but I know at our elementary schools, they are working very hard to do fundraisers this time of year, and I just seen a flurry of activity for jogathons and fun runs, and I was able to go to Jordan Ridge Elementary's this morning, and great, they did such a great job. And so I wanted to just thank all the parents who are so engaged and so involved and so supportive of the district. Thank you, and thank you to all those PTA volunteers for their hard work. I also stopped by CTE, our Career and Technical Education, does an agricultural days, and that's going on both today and tomorrow at the new Bastion Agricultural Center, which was a fantastic place for it. I was able to see the show goats and the wild Mustang and pet this really cute sheep, and it was fantastic. But that is an opportunity for all of our 7th graders. We'll get to go over these next 2 days and learn about different opportunities and different jobs within the agricultural industry, which is an opportunity that a lot of our kids don't get these days. So great event put on by our CTE. Another great event that our Language and Culture Services Department put on last week was the Fall Family Fair. And that was also a fantastic event where there was so many of our departments within our district that support our students were there, and then a lot of community groups that support our students were there. There were student performances and also a special performance by the superintendents of rock featuring Dr. Godfrey on the guitar. A lot of fun, great event, and Ms. Atwood and I were able to go that together, and good job to our Language and Culture Services Department. I also want to give a shout out to Riverton Elementary. I was walking through that school one day with the principal, and we stepped into a PLC, our professional learning community, and unannounced, and I was able to just observe, be a fly on the wall for that for a few minutes, and it's just phenomenal. It's phenomenal the work our teachers do. I just think if every parent could step into a PLC and see what those are like. I mean, just the amount of work they're doing. They're, looking at the data and individualizing their teaching methods for what their classes need, and it's great work. So great job to Riverton Elementary. And then this morning, I was at Bingham High School for their homecoming assembly, which was great. And they induct alumni into their Pay Dirt Club. And Bingham's our oldest school with a lot of tradition and a lot of alumni through the years. And this morning, the person inducted into the Pay Dirt Club was none other than our Bryce Dumford. So congratulations to him, and it was a pleasure to be there for that. And then lastly, another thing our district was involved in last night was working with Riverton City on their Live in Real Life event. And Riverton City has put a strong emphasis on mental health and works closely with our district and their other community partners there for that event. So thank you to all those that were involved in that. Okay, comments by elected officials. Do we have any here? Mayor Ramsey. Please
Hello.
state your name for the record.
My name is Dawn Ramsey, and I am speaking to you as mayor of the city of South Jordan. I just wanted to let you know and publicly thank some of the schools who came and participated in our South Jordan City Gold Star Families Memorial Monument dedication. We appreciate their help and how well they represent themselves and our city and this school district. We had the drum line from Harriman High School start off our event that evening. And then we had the madrigals from Bingham High School sing the national anthem. And we had 5th and 6th grade students from South Jordan Elementary perform a musical number from the program that they do around Veterans Day. Beautiful musical number, and those kids sang their guts out. They just were all in, heart and soul, and it was incredible. I also would like to recognize in advance that we have some other students from Jordan District coming to help South Jordan City by doing the opening ceremonies at the Utah League of Cities and Towns annual conference next week. Of course, I had everything to do with that, but it's the only opportunity that we have for South Jordan to put together the opening ceremonies and to be highlighted. And it's something that I wanted to make sure that our community and our district and our students could be highlighted. So we have, and I want you to know the city has helped with transportation. We've helped to make sure that we can pay for the transportation to get the students to there and back. But we have the Bingham High School drumline that's coming to open things, the South Jordan Middle School Choir coming to do the national anthem, and a small handful of elementary students from Aspen Elementary coming to lead all of the local municipal elected officials across the state of Utah in the Pledge of Allegiance. So just wanted to say thank you and let you know how well those students represent. They represent themselves and their schools and this district and our community beautifully. So thank you.
Thank you, and I went out of order. I apologize for that. We will go next to superintendent recognition. Dr. Godfrey.
Thank you very much. A couple of times a year, we have the opportunity to hear from the Jordan Education Foundation, and it's interesting. As I look at my calendar, there's never really a lot of downtime for these folks. They may have 1 hour, one afternoon where they get to breathe for a second, but they're always going. If I could plot the times on the calendar where, as he was starting out, Mike Haynes would call or text and say, could I get in? I've got another donation that I've either got to distribute or store because I just got this stuff. All the time. They are working all the time to help us and to help our students and our teachers, and it's phenomenal. Nobody has a better director for their foundation, and nobody has a better board. It's just, that's the way it is. And so I'm very proud to have them here tonight and to get to be a part of what they do. So I'm going to turn it over and let you hear it straight from them. But it's a great opportunity to feature and highlight the work that they're doing. So, Director Mike Haynes.
Thank you, Dr. Godfrey. President Miller, Board of Education. It's great to be here. We do some great work in the community, and if you've seen these blue shirts around, then good is being done. Can you start to hand those out? We've got some things for you. So, as we give a little recap, of what the foundation has been able to do and accomplish this last school year, we created in our office an impact report, not an annual report, but an impact report. What kind of impact are we making as a foundation in the community? And in there is a beautiful printed impact report, along with some other things. I'll explain that, but I want to highlight a couple things. Also, you're getting a beautiful handcrafted pen that is a Jordan School District bus. Are you looking at that, Marilyn? It's beautiful, isn't it? So those a gift to you from the foundation, and appreciation for all that you do. But so in the packet, I'm going to get to this in a second. This little piece is back in April. A group called Team Smile contacted our office and said, "Can you find some students in need of dental work and get them downtown to the Vivint Arena, and we'll have them down on the floor getting treatment at no cost." So we started working and rounding up some schools, working with some principals, and then on that Thursday, we got a call that they're canceling the event because they didn't realize that Granite School District was on spring break. So they just canceled it. Well, our office said, no, we'll find another place. And through a lot of calls and work, and Principal Garrison at West Jordan Middle School, she opened up her gym. And on Sunday evening, these trucks pulled in with all kinds of volunteers, set up the gym to provide 143 of our district students dental care. And on the back of this, it states services that were provided, from 24 tooth extractions to sealants and fillings, 98 fillings provided that day to students who otherwise wouldn't have received it. And it shows a great partnership with the community, with our district, our principals, and being able to accommodate the needs of our students. What we do is all about helping students in need, teachers, and that's why we're here. We now have 29 volunteer board members out in the community, out working to help meet those needs of students, teachers, administrators, wherever those are. And they're seeing things that we're not seeing before, bringing ideas to us, including this year. We found through Language and Cultural Services that there were students sleeping on the floors, some of our refugee students. And one of our board members said, we're not going to do that. He had connections and in the furniture world, and brought in 200 beds. Then we went and got some bedding and pillows and blankets for them. They were all distributed. Then he said, well, we need 200 more, and he delivered 200 more to us last month, and we've already started giving out those. We've probably given out about 50 of those already. But these are needs that have always existed, and now we've got opportunities to support and meet those needs. So on the right side of that packet, it's a current list of our board members. I wanted you to see who those board members were, their picture, where they live and work, and who they are. They're out there with real love and genuine interest to support and help the district. And it's great to be a part of those people. And Dr. Godfrey, you're right, they're the best board, foundation board in the state. And it doesn't hurt to have the best superintendent in the state leading us. So thank you for all you do. A couple things in this annual report, the impact report. I want to talk about the classroom grants. Classroom grants has been something that we have really made an effort to work with teachers, get the word out, and help those teachers meet gaps that exist in the classroom. So 6 years ago, in 2015-16, the foundation awarded 82 grants. And the amount of money spent was $75,000. Fast forward to last year, we awarded 748 grants and $412,000 in grants were awarded to the classrooms. So I added up the last 6 years. In the last 6 years, the foundation has supported 4,553 classroom grants, totaling over $2 million. That just warms my heart. That's awesome that we've got community interest and support willing to donate that kind of money to support the needs in the classroom. Beyond that, we have some other things that we're doing that have just been so exciting to be a part of and to see where it's going and to see how we can support and address additional needs as they arise. Dawn is our volunteer board president, and I asked if Dawn could talk about a couple other things that we're doing. And you know what? I didn't introduce myself. Do I have to get that on record? Okay. This is Mike Haynes, director of the Jordan Education Foundation. And back to our previously scheduled program. So Dawn is wonderful. Dawn cares so much. There's nobody out there who cares more about helping kids, and it's fun to be a part of Dawn. And she's been our volunteer president. This is her second year, but she's been in our leadership she was president-elect for 2 years, and now president, and then she'll finish next year and then be past president. So she committed to 6 years of leadership in our foundation, and it's great to have her. So please share some more things that we're doing.
Thank you. I am speaking to you as the volunteer president of the Jordan Education Foundation. Do you like how I clarified those? Thank you. It is really a privilege. This is the start of my 10th year as part of this organization, and it has my heart and always will. Grateful for the great people that we have the chance to work with and serve with, and for the great people who are part of Jordan District, for the teachers, the administrators, for you, for the staff, for the parents. We've got great people here, and we're proud to do what we can to try to help engage the community, to do everything that we can to help fuel success in Jordan School District. Wanted to touch really quickly. Jordan Education Foundation was the first education foundation in the state to commit to supporting and completely funding a unified sports program district-wide, for a district-wide program. And because of the excellent leadership that this district has, people sprang into action and made that a reality and made it happen quickly. And it has been such a remarkable opportunity to be part of it and to see the unified sports program grow, to see our Special Olympics athletes and their partner athletes work together. It's really been a tremendous opportunity to see those kids have a chance to participate in a way that they haven't had before. It's been gratifying for all of the students involved, for their teachers, for their parents. It's been a great program, and I want you to know that as a foundation, we are committed to funding that program indefinitely, forever. For as long as Jordan District will host that program, will provide a unified sports program, we are committed to funding it. It matters, it's important, and we appreciate Jordan School District, for the board, for the administration, and for everyone who worked to make that happen. It's been a treat to see the community come together. Glenmore Golf Course stepped up and said, you know, there's never been a unified golf program in the state of Utah before, ever. How about we do the first one here? Let's bring our Jordan District students here. And we did. And it was amazing, and they loved it. These opportunities are going to continue to grow, and I really think that they help fulfill some of the mission of this board and this district by providing these opportunities for everyone. We're excited about that. I'd like to also invite each of you. Consider yourselves officially invited. You'll receive an invite, but this is a personal invitation to each of you to attend our Economic Summit. We're having a Southwest Salt Lake County Economic Summit, and we've changed the program up a little bit. We're doing it a little different this year. You'll probably be impressed when you hear who the lineup is, because this has grown into quite a remarkable event. We have Phil Dean, who's the chief economist for the Kelsey Gardner Policy Institute, coming to speak. Alan Matheson, executive director of The Point, for the Point of the Mountain State Land Authority. Brandon Fugel, chairman of Colliers International, is going to come and speak to us about residential housing trends. Brandon's coming to speak about commercial. Brad Holmes is the president of Larry H. Miller Real Estate, who's going to come and talk about residential. And Bart Forsyth, with all the growth happening, we can listen to economists, we can find out what's happening at the point, we can discuss commercial and residential growth. But underlying that is a concern that everyone has about water. So Bart Forsyth is the general manager and CEO of the Jordan Valley Water Conservancy District, and we have Bart coming to speak as well. It's going to be a fantastic event on Tuesday, October 4th, right here in this very room from 7:30 to 10:30 in the morning. One thing that we're very proud of, I'll make this quick, but this is the first time this has happened. The South Valley Chamber asked if they could help promote our event. The South Valley Chamber encompasses a large part of the south part of Salt Lake County. And they said, we'd really like to help. You've got an all-star lineup for this. We'd love to help promote this. We'd love to advertise this to all of the businesses who are part of our chamber and all of our partners. Can we partner with you on that? We're happy to do what we can. We can even throw some money in it. We're happy to donate some money to help make it happen, whatever we can do. I want you to realize how significant that is. That's the first time that's ever happened, and it's been years of relationship building to reach that point. So we are grateful to acknowledge that this year, our Economic Summit South, what are we calling it exactly? I want to get the name right. Hold on. Southwest Salt Lake County Economic Summit is presented by the Jordan Education Foundation, which it always will be, and also the South Valley Chamber. That event continues to grow, and our presenters and our attendees continue to grow and to bring better and better information. We would love to see you there. It's going to be a fantastic event. Come have breakfast with us and really get the forecast from some of the best experts in the state of Utah. It's just one more opportunity that we have to provide that we're proud of and appreciate the chance to do. Thank you to all of you for the support of the foundation. Great work happening. We have the best foundation staff anywhere, and they, as a very small 3.5 staff members, do the work of a dozen. They work nonstop. Dr. Godfrey referred to the fact that they are always working 24/7. That is no joke. All the time. They love this district, and we love this district. We're proud to be part of it and to do what we can to try to help support all of you and all those working hard to educate our students. So thank you.
And thank you for your support. Without you, we couldn't do what we do. And it's an opportunity for us that we all love and enjoy. And I've got the best job in the world. I get to work with great people on both sides, so we love it. And helping kids and teachers and administrators is an absolute joy. And I'm grateful for the foundation members that are here tonight to support us. They all do so much and keep finding ways to help and meet needs and make life better for many. So thank you for all that you do, and thanks for letting us participate tonight. Dr. Godfrey, thank you.
Thank you very much. If you have any questions, Mr. Haynes can answer those, but I just want to thank this group. They really do an incredible job, and as Mr. Haynes said, it's with the support of the board that all of that is possible, because the board funds the staff and many other things that help provide the infrastructure to make all of that happen. So it's a great partnership. It's a great way to connect with the community in yet another way. And so we really appreciate having such a strong foundation.
Thank you. And thank you for being here. It really is heartwarming to know how many people from our community and businesses care about education and are willing to step up and commit funds and time to help out our schools. Thank you so much. Okay, so now we are on our consent agenda. Can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda items A through D.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion by Ms. Atwood, second by Mr. Robinson, to approve consent agenda items A through D. All in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, that passes unanimously. Can I get a motion to accept the consent agenda?
I'll make a motion to accept the consent agenda items A through E.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Ms. Atwood, second by Ms. Richards to accept the consent agenda items A through E. All in favor, please say yes.
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 Anyone opposed? That motion passes unanimously. We are now to our patron comment section, and this is something that our board sets aside time for every month. It is important to us to hear from our public, and we have a lot of opportunities to engage with our public. This is just one of those that we make available. So we will take comment now on things that are not listed formally on our agenda. I think we have one item down below that we'll have separate discussion on. But we will take public comment now. We have opportunities for both in-person and online comments. We will give each person 3 minutes and ask you to be respectful of that time. And as a reminder, the board will not take public comment on personnel issues or statements regarding the character, professional competence, or physical or mental health of an individual. And give me just a second to pull up the list. And when I do call you to the microphone, be sure to state your name. Okay, today's September 27th, right? All right. First up, we have Andrea Young, followed by Lisa Sharp.
Hi, my name is Andrea Young. I'm a mother of 5 in the West Jordan Elementary community. Thanks for putting together the town hall meeting this last week. It was a very needed opportunity for our neighborhoods to understand what is being proposed. I have a question about this process, however. We as parents that are voicing our concerns are being told that it isn't just about our West Jordan Elementary community. This is district taxpayer money, and we have to consider about how others feel about it as well. I'm curious what has been done to ask the other neighborhood elementary school communities, more specifically Majestic and Westland, who are in the closest proximity. How do they feel about these 3 options that are being considered? What is being done to inform them and get their feel? Their school is permanently affected in any of these choices, and they deserve to have a voice. Yes, these numbers I'm using are from last year, but that's what we've had available to look at until just today. Have we even asked the 241 Majestic students how they would feel if they had the opportunity to be part of a new school that is centrally located, safe, and strong neighborhood involved? 95 of them were already permitted in because of the art school, now leaving only 146 from the actual boundary area. What if they had the choice? Did you know 57 permits of that small school population were requested out of Majestic? That's a large percentage. It looks to me like they're already showing you what they prefer, but maybe we should ask. The Westland community seems to think this won't affect them either. I was originally using the number of permits in to West Jordan Elementary from last year, but in the study session today, that number grew to 157 coming in. In the breakout given, the largest number of students permitting in came from these surrounding aging schools. We don't have the art school. We don't have Alps. Why? They just like this place. It's a place. They like this place. It's a way. This is the way the community is voicing their opinion for you. We need to listen. This is the place that should be here for the long term. In trying to look for a long-term solution in our proposals, I don't see how anything but a rebuild can be considered. A board member told us the average lifespan of an elementary is 50 years. According to the National Center for Education Statistics, I quote, "When a school is 20 to 30 years old, frequent replacement of equipment is needed. Between 30 and 40 years old, the original equipment should have been replaced, including the roof and electrical equipment. After 40 years, a school building begins rapid deterioration, and after 60 years, most schools are abandoned," unquote. The schools surrounding West Jordan Elementary are 50, 47, and even 55 years old. If we don't rebuild, we are left with only pledged projects to help it feel like new, but will they really increase the lifespan of these already aged schools? Our taxpayer money has gone to making new schools in the other areas of the district that did need it and do still need it, but now it is our turn to have a new school. Let's not put off what needs to be done. Let's rebuild West Jordan Elementary and help the whole East West Jordan Elementary area. Or West Jordan area, not just the elementary. Sorry, thank you.
Thank you. Lisa Sharp, followed by Douglas Green, and then the rest of my spreadsheet's cut off. But you can tell us when you get up here. Anyway, Lisa, followed by Doug. Oh, no Lisa Sharp? Okay. Oh, Douglas Greenwood. Thank you, whoever just expanded that for me. And then followed by Derek Paul.
I was relying on a little bit more time to finalize this. I am Douglas Greenwood. I am a parent of a student at West Jordan Elementary School, and soon to be another one. I want to quickly thank you for the board's willingness to order an independent safety inspection. That goes a long way toward the transparency that our community needs, and I appreciate that. And I also wanted to thank specifically Mr. Dunford for your astute observation during the earlier session that the number of permits to West Jordan Elementary, or the requests to come to West Jordan Elementary, speaks to the value of our school. We certainly see that. We don't necessarily always know exactly how to quantify that value, but we know it's there. One of my fears around the timeline that we're seeing with this decision is that I'm afraid that the board does not have the time to fully explore the best option. Let me be clear. I believe the best option is to rebuild. And I hope that the timeline that we have for this pending decision helps us all to come to that same conclusion. One aspect that I wanted to look at also comes off of what was said earlier. The age of these other schools in the area causes me to wonder whether they are seismically up to code, and what that would take if West Jordan Elementary were not rebuilt. How long would it be before one of those other schools needs to be rebuilt? And then at that point, we would no longer be able to, if West Jordan was already closed, we would no longer be able to have that location, which is the ideal location for the school. Again, thank you so much for your ongoing and improving transparency, and we hope that that continues. Thank you.
Thank you. And Derek Paul.
I'm Derek Paul. Thank you guys for taking my comments. Just kind of recapping through the study session. Matt made a comment about that the report is good and not biased, yet we never received that report. That was the whole thing about the request. It's not so much a mistrust issue, it's just that we've got conflicting information from different board members and from different reports that we've looked at. Housing may be slowing down, throughout the entire country because of interest rates and things like that, but people still need somewhere to live. They'll most likely turn to renters because you need to have a roof over your kids' head. And not to mention all the private equity firms that are buying up all the houses in the area. You could consider possibly the verge of a recession with everything adding up to similar to 2008. When something like that happens, people do tend to go back home and save some money and try to do something. Our neighborhood is a great neighborhood where I could very well see that taking place. There usually is an influx from people that have been in the area for a number of years, have stated that. West Jordan Elementary isn't safe enough to stay open, but it was safe enough 3 years ago to send Majestic kids to when you were considering closing that. I don't know if the study maybe wasn't done yet, if some new information has come out. I'm going to ask some questions, and I understand you're not going to answer them, just kind of statements. Wondering what programs would be cut. Alps, clearly. It'd be nice to see if you can come up with an option E. I don't think Westland wants our kids. You guys think you're getting an uproar from our area? Wait till Westland gets involved in this, especially with the threat of their Alps program going away. So hopefully we'll be able to figure out a way to keep that. 157 students permitting in. It is a great area. It is a great school. We do have great people working in it and a community that's very actively involved in that community or in that school. There's something about a new law about ADUs, subdividing lots. We do have a number of 1 to 2 acre lots in our area. I think it's a prime location where you're going to start to see houses pop up where houses never were before. The mink farm, 12 acres will create 32 houses, which produce 8 kids. So we're looking at 0.25 kids per household in our area, I'm guessing. The number is going to be higher than 8 kids. And right now, West Jordan does have a limit on high density. It's just a matter of time before the developers are able to work their magic and get what they want, because they're going to want the profits. If the current trend of birth rates really are what they are, then why are we building bigger schools? Smaller schools would be better. Real quick, if we can take an option off the table, can we add an option back onto the table? Can we reconsider the remodel? Just something to think about. I think we could do the remodel a lot more affordably than thought of. Just wondering if there's an option to reconsider remodel. So, thank you guys very much.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. That concludes our patron comment period. Oh, we have 3 online comments. Thank you. Mr. Larson.
First one's Sarah Eugene. Very short. Crossing guards are needed for middle schools specifically. Thanks, Sarah Eugene. Next one is Pat and Claire Oliver. To the Jordan School District Board and others this may concern. First of all, thank you for taking the time to read this. I have been asked by patrons of West Jordan Elementary to share a few observations that I have. In my retirement, I have had the wonderful privilege to substitute in every elementary school in the district. I have had many happy days being in the classrooms of our little people. In so doing, I also have favorite schools and non-favorite schools for many different reasons. One of them being that West Jordan Elementary School is what I consider one of the safest, if not the safest, in the district. The traffic flow is excellent, and the quiet neighborhood away from busy streets and commercial areas makes the location unbeatable. It also has multiple ways in and out as parents drop off and pick up their children. No crossing guard is in No crossing guard is in a dangerous situation at any location where the children cross to get to their school. Interestingly, my husband, after retiring from a lifetime in the world of finance, felt he could do some good by becoming a substitute crossing guard. Again, he has favorite and very not favorite crossings. He feels strongly that the kids are in the safest of situations with the crossings at West Jordan Elementary. In his words, quote, I feel that both crossings there are very comfortable to perform. Also, one of the crossings that I feel the children are in the most danger in is as I cross the Majestic Elementary School children by the middle school. I have had mothers beg me to stay longer than my shift, to stay longer to see to the safety of their children, end quote. Now back to my observations. I could tell you many other reasons why I feel West Jordan Elementary is in one of our safest scenarios, but I believe these will be brought up by others who are at West Jordan Elementary every day. Please listen carefully to all the information that is brought to you and set aside any preconceived notions that you may have to be 100% fair to the children of this school. Sincerely, Pat and Claire Oliver. Eric Hansen. Ladies and gentlemen of the board, I exhort you to please refrain from giving in to moral panics and fear-mongering coming from certain parent groups in the state. These groups do not represent all parents, and most likely not even a majority. What they do represent is a distraction from what really matters in the district. They are not the first to do this. The satanic panic in the 80s, the Red Scare in the 40s and 50s are the footsteps they follow in. Only now they seem to be gaining political traction and are sending us down a slippery slope to tyranny and discrimination of LGBT youth. These groups are currently trying to exercise censorship by removing books from our libraries. In another district in Utah, they have recently been successful. However, I would ask you to resist. They argue it is sex education to say LGBTQ people exist, and any book doing that has to be removed. That is no more sex education than Sebastian the Crab singing Kiss the Girl is sex education. They say there are books in our libraries with explicit sexual content, and to an extent they are correct, but so is the Bible. So are a lot of books that are considered literary classics. If they want to restrict their own children from checking out these books, I think the district should put together a process similar to the county library where parents can restrict the types of materials their children check out. I restrict the types of media my own children consume, and I would support such a move. But that is a far cry from saying nobody should be able to read these books. But there is a second reason this should be resisted. In places where these groups have been successful, removing books and banning references to LGBT people by teachers, they have begun to push for separating LGBT youth from the rest of the students and placing them in their own classrooms. This set us back to Plessy versus Ferguson and Jim Crow laws, but it will not stop the groups from pushing for it. And the real casualty is how LGBT youth and faculty are treated in the process. These kids did not ask for this fight. They cannot stop being who they are, and so they need our help. So please resist these so-called parent groups and the fear they push at every level, and do not give in. Sincerely, Eric Hansen.
Thank you. We now have some bids to approve. Can I get a motion on the first bid?
I'll make it. I propose we approve the central warehouse, various colors of paper for $540.
A second?
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Mr. Robinson, second by Ms. Richards to approve the bid for various colors of hammer mill paper or equal brand. Is there a discussion to that motion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? That motion passes unanimously. We can buy paper. Can I get a motion for B?
I'll make a motion to approve the carpet replacement at South Jordan Elementary School.
I'll second it.
Okay, motion by Ms. Atwood, second by Mr. Robinson to approve the bid for carpet replacement at South Jordan Elementary School. Is there discussion to that motion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? That motion passes unanimously. Can I get a motion for C?
I make a motion that we approve the teaching and learning and screencast video software solutions for $149,750 for a 5-year commitment.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Mr. Robinson, second by Ms. George to approve the bid for screencast video software solutions. Is there discussion to that motion?
I have a question, just on how Canvas works and who pays for it, and why is this not included in that? I know the state provides programs. This is not something the state approves?
So my name is Jared Covilli. I'm over Digital Teaching and Learning. I'm submitting this bid. Canvas does have a solution. It's a for-profit solution, so it's not included in the original bid that the state pays for. They were one of the companies that submitted a bid for this. Any other questions about this?
No further questions?
That satisfies me. I just wanted to put that on record.
Thank you. All in favor of the motion to approve the screencast video software solutions, please say yes. Yes. Anyone opposed? That motion passes unanimously. I will take a motion for D and E together.
I will make the motion to accept the bids for English language learning software grades K through 6, Imagine Learning, and also English language learning software grades 7 through 12, Elevation.
I'll second.
Motion by Ms. Richards, second by Ms. Atwood to approve the bids from Language and Culture Services for English language learning software for K6 and 712. Is there a discussion to that motion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, that motion passes. Thank you. Next up, we have a recommendation to approve the proposed revisions to Administrative Policy A11, naming of facilities. This is something that we have discussed in a study session previously, and I will ask Mr. Dunford just to give us a brief overview of that, and then we'll go to public input.
There's a balance between what the board takes time to do and what our staff can and should do, and without trying to overburden board responsibilities, but accept the responsibility of things that are pertinent to our community and may cause public issues. We've cleaned up our naming of facilities policy. The board felt like anytime a facility or a portion of a facility is named after an individual, that is of significant public interest that it ought to be named by the board. But if not, we felt like a lot of these naming rights belong to the schools. And so we've cleaned up A11 to just own the things that are of public interest to the community that the board should do, but grant the right to the schools where that really isn't something the board should tackle. So this was approved by the board several weeks ago, but this is the very first public session we've had since that time, so we're just approving it now.
So can I get a motion and then we'll do public input?
I move that we approve the recommended changes to policy A11.
I will second.
Motion by Mr. Dunford, second by Ms. Richards to approve the recommended changes to policy A11. Is there anyone here from the public who wishes to speak to that? Okay, is there any discussion from the board? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Is there anyone opposed? That motion passes unanimously. Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Dunford, for your work on the policy. We will next go to our superintendent's report. Dr. Godfrey.
I just want to echo some of what board members have already recognized. Great things happening, great events with our cities and in our district. The Fall Family Fair was well attended, and the superintendents of Rock very much enjoyed playing there. And I really enjoyed kind of bragging about the cool things that were happening that night, and they were all pretty blown away at the resources that are available. So that was a really fun night for us. And I was able to go to the jogathon at Jordan Ridge today. I did 7 laps. Most of the second graders I ran with did about 15, but I still feel good about my 7. Lots of high fives, lots of good vibes. So
Suit and all.
I took off the jacket, but the tie stayed on. It gave me a good excuse for my pace. But it's you can drop in at any school and drop in a classroom or on the field and be amazed any day. So lots of good stories out there.
Thank you. Committee reports and comments by board members. Do we have any committee reports? Okay. Any other comments?
I just have a reminder that we'll dedicate Oakleaf Elementary on October 17th at 6 p.m. We're working at finishing planning that.
Thank you. And then my reminders, you heard about the Jordan Education Foundation Economic Summit, which is next Tuesday here.
6.
And then also USBA's regional meeting is next Wednesday, and we got an email from Roxanne about that. Be sure to respond to her if you're going to attend that. And then I also just wanted to recognize Sandy Reescraft and our communications department, who were just selected to present at NSBA this next year in Florida. So excited for that.
And they're presenting 2 different sessions. They could choose from districts across the nation, and they're presenting twice on 2 different topics.
Clearly they were very impressed last year,
Yes.
and we got invited back. Nice
You
work.
get a better slot this time.
What's the topics, if you can say, or can't you
Managing the media and making the most of opportunities, but then working on the stories that the difficult stories and the positive stories, working on both ends of it, and then a repeat of the podcast session.
Awesome. I've got 2 classes already picked.
Great. Any other comments? Anything from board members? All right, that concludes our general session. We do have a couple more study session items that we will get back into the study session room. So we will take a 15-minute break and then finish up. Thank you. Thank you. We are back in our study session. It is September 27th, 2022, and we are on item Thank you. E, discussion of potential revisions to Administrative Policy D200, Philosophy of Instruction. Have we met since our, we have met since our open house. So last study session, we talked about feedback that we got from the open house, and then the subcommittee that's working on this met and went over all of the feedback from the open house along with emails that we have received. Had good, robust discussion on everything. It didn't make a ton of changes, though, after all of that. So let me go through. I know it's getting really difficult to even follow what's going on with so many back and forth and changes to this policy. So I'll just go through it with it, and then we can discuss as we go along. In the board directive, we separated that into 2 paragraphs. And we changed the words in the second paragraph. The board holds that one of the fundamental purposes of education is to teach students. That used to say youth, and we changed it to students to be consistent. And then we changed it to teach youth how to think critically, and took out the next part. And so it says, teach youth how to think critically. Therefore, schools have an obligation to allow students a forum for examination and discussion of differing perspectives which arise in connection with the teaching of the Utah core standards. We felt that that flowed better and fit better as a board directive. And then also, alternative choices and differing perspectives were kind of the same concept in two different sentences. So it made it more concise. Any comments on that change?
So there are, in fact, assignments in the curriculum that require students to take a position. Are we leaving parents, or are we leaving teachers open to getting in trouble for asking that?
This is the board directive, so this is just high-level overview from the board. And then when we get down into policy is where we get down into how to handle that.
Do we get into that?
Question. I think we do, but I just don't have it down here. If anyone has it, go ahead and call out. What was that? Okay, so assuming there's not that in there, we felt as far as the board directive went that the next sentence that talks about a forum for examination, discussion of differing perspectives covered that. But would you like a specific statement about how to handle something when students are confronted with alternative choices? Thoughts on that, Mr. Young?
I keep reflecting on the comments that were made at that town hall meeting from one of our teachers about her government class and the initial lesson that she provides is we are going to have robust discussions in this class with differing points of view, and we need to learn how to communicate those differing points of view in such a way that we're able to have robust discussion. And so she provided the example of how she illustrates that example with her students and has them take what I saw were very benign positions that people can have opinions about, and the response that was received in that town hall meeting was such that I think our teachers would welcome a level of support that, yes, we need them to be teaching in such a way that allows our students to hear different opinions, formulate their own given the facts, and then articulate that in a way that they can contribute to society and contribute to the dialogue in our society. That's a lot of explanation on my part that, to me, that taking a position when confronted with alternative choices communicates that. And I think that needs to be communicated, especially given the response that we experienced in that town hall that night. So that's why, yes, if it's in the actual policy itself, I'm comfortable with that. If not, I think we need to communicate that's part of the exercise of learning.
And piggybacking on that, I felt like a lot of the comments that we heard from teachers were, I'm afraid and I need to feel protected inside of policy. And so I think we need to be a little bit explicit in some of these instances. So I'm not seeing something as explicit to that end as I would feel comfortable seeing. A6 kind of leads me that direction. Instructional environment shall encourage genuine discussion among students of varying viewpoints. So I think you could maybe add a little clarification saying that providing a safe environment for students to take a position or something like that. But I don't see it expressly stated anywhere else unless I'm missing it. C1 sort of does. I mean, it says that they'll comply with the implementation of course standards, and those are course standards. So I'm wondering if anyone else feels like we need to be more.
So let me push back a little bit, Nikki. When we were, well, if you look at the executive limitations policies, it's so hard to say, here's what you should do. It's easier to say, here are the violations. And so I'm wondering, do you see this policy as saying, here's every type of discussion that's allowed versus here are the violations? Because I think the policy is written to say, here are the violations. It's not written to say, hey, having a robust discussion where you take a position is fine. It's written to say, here's the line that you cross. And that opens a major door if the board's going to take the position where now we have to define what is a safe discussion. Because we've not taken that approach. We've rather said, if it's not listed, then it's okay. That we've listed the violations. If you're not doing the things that have been listed as the boundaries, then we've got your back. But if that's not coming across clearly for our teachers, I don't know how to address that, because we've got thousands of teachers who are going to ask for, well, is this okay? Can I do this? Is this okay? I'm not doing anything that you've said is a violation. but is this okay? And I worry that going down that road there are so many rabbit holes down that road that we'll never get anything accomplished.
I hear what you're saying, and I think there's a lot of wisdom in it, but maybe we need to make a statement to that end then and say the board supports teachers who avoid these violations, something like that, because that has been expressed to me through email after email after email, through the town hall, when many teachers that I spoke to mentioned, we feel afraid and we need to feel safety inside of this policy.
That very thing was my impetus to even begin this, is I want a teacher to know, you do these, I've got your back.
Yeah.
I want the parents to know, if a teacher doesn't do these things, I've got your back.
And at the town hall, we directly said that. And they said, we don't see it here. We don't see it in the way it's written.
They want both sides.
Yeah. But I think if we said something about our support of teachers who avoid these situations or whatever, maybe that would answer some of my concern. Because you're right, I don't want to go down a rabbit hole of pointing out every good thing that we want them to do. But at the same time, I just want them to say, I'm okay, and I know the board will support me.
Have some things under C though that, I mean, we could put something else under that. Like I'm looking at number 5. Focus on helping students learn to reason and acquire course-related knowledge, skill, and understanding. And then that one you pointed out to A6. Instructional environments shall encourage genuine discussion among students of varying viewpoints. So do we need to say something about when confronted with alternative choices? That. We'll talk about some of the others and go back to it if someone has an idea.
Play with the words a little.
The next change is over in C. And a lot of our discussion when we were discussing whether or not we should change the wording on some things, we looked up the code. So in a lot of these statements, it says, do this in compliance with code, do this in compliance with code. And one of those was number 4, provide a proper understanding of American history and government. And then we quote the code section there, and we had some debate about using the word proper because that's subjective, and how do we know it's proper or not? Well, it's in code. So it's in the code that's quoted right there. That is C4.
Or C4.
So we left it the word proper because proper is what's in the law. And we didn't know what to change it to. And as we were reading over the law, just what it said proper.
Sorry, I've been reading Utah code lately, so I speak Utah code now.
So which one? I just want to read that statement myself, and the links are dead. Is it the first one? It references
C4. Oh.
I mean, it references 2 codes.
Oh.
I can look at both. I'm just being lazy.
I don't know which one it references.
I'm sure we can get a group of legislators to write a letter and tell us what proper means.
What happens when they change these laws and immediately then do we have to go and change the wording of our policy?
Have to do every session, yeah.
It's the first one. It's 10302. Number 1. The legislature recognizes that a proper understanding of American history and government is essential to good citizenship, and that the public schools are the primary public institutions charged with responsibility for assisting children and youth in gaining that understanding. That is 53G, Section 10, number 302.1.
I mean, a lot of our policies really come, every legislative session, we have to go through and update it, and I don't know when that passed, but at one point in time when that passed, we probably added a sentence to our policy to match it so we could be in compliance.
That was amended in 2019.
Okay, stick with the word proper? Anyone want to change that? Okay, number 7, again, we pulled up exact wording from the code on that one too. So C7, before it said allow for personal expression of belief in compliance with the code, and we just decided to spell it all out as to what it says in code. So allow students expression of personal beliefs unless the expression unreasonably interferes with order or discipline, threatens the well-being of persons or property, or violates concepts of civility or propriety according to a school setting in compliance with the code. So we had a lot of concern with teachers about that, and so we just decided to spell that all out using language from the code so that it was clear. Number 8, the reason that is crossed out because it's duplicated in F. So it was in the policy twice, and we decided to just have it in the policy once.
You say F?
Yes.
I read very carefully Utah code and pointed this out in our meeting. According to Utah code, the only reason that they give that a parent has a right to request an alternate assignment is religion or freedom of conscience. In other words, it has to be a moral issue. It can't be I just don't want to do this one. It has to be that is a violation of my right of conscience.
And can a teacher ask a question?
Yeah.
Saying, in what way does this offend you?
Yeah. Code was.
I just want to point out the code also still allows a school to say that it is still required. I know you've taken that out of your policy, but if we're talking about the code, it doesn't require absolutely that there be an alternate assignment or a waiver.
We may need to change the wording in F, though, to also talk about waivers of participation and not just alternate assignments. Because the waivers are applicable to sex education, right?
But I thought that we changed that in our committee, no?
I thought we had to. Okay, we'll look at that one again and make sure we're covered on that.
We didn't change the waiver I think we talked about it, but we ultimately decided not to. I think we merged C8 with F3.
But do we need anything in F3 about the waiver?
Meaning they can request a waiver?
The waiver of participation. They can request a waiver or a reasonable alternate assignment.
What does Utah code say?
Both, A or B.
Okay, I've jotted that one down.
It C8 reads to my mind. Does it still just reference a code without any of the other writing? That's just not marked off.
Say that again, the way C.
At C8, so it's all crossed out except for AA 410.
No, the blue part is telling you what we brought in from the other policy, AA 410.
The blue part's not going to be part of this policy in the
That
clean
just-
copy.
That just
Okay.
shows people what we brought in from the controversial issues policy. Nothing in blue will be
It's
in
all
the.
crossed out. So did we bring something in?
We brought it in, then crossed it out because we moved it to another section.
It's in section F now.
Okay. I mean, I understand.
And the blue is also in section F3.
I need to backtrack up to E again when we're done.
Do you want me to keep going or go back to there now?
Are you gonna
Oh, did you
include
say
waiver?
E? Oh, okay, that's next. Guest speakers.
Oh, okay.
We had lots of discussion about guest speakers and it didn't make any changes. What are your thoughts on that one?
Did you have a discussion about defining guest speakers? And what was that discussion and resolution?
We did have a lengthy discussion about that, and I believe that we just kind of came to the resolution that we felt that the wording here was appropriate for how we wanted to move forward.
So I think we went around on a lot of things on this and just never settled on anything.
Because the definition can be defined as broadly as anybody who is not the teacher is a guest speaker. Or we can bring it, which means any other employee that walks into that room to provide instruction of any sort would be deemed a guest speaker. Is that as wide of a net as we're looking to throw on this? Or are we looking at guest speakers or non-Jordan School District employees who are being invited from the community to speak? Was that discussion had, I guess?
I hear what you're saying. I think our definition of guest speaker is someone, yes, outside the district or not a district employee. But maybe it would be helpful to define it in here.
From that town hall, there was a wide variety of understandings of what a guest speaker is.
And they definitely didn't excuse someone who had a Jordan badge.
In fact, they brought up the fact that they were suggesting a bio on everybody that came in, an extensive bio. And I don't know that we want to go that far, but.
Process for the classroom versus assembly.
Dr. Godfrey, do you have insight on that?
An assembly, I see the clear line here, excuse me, as being, is it a district employee or not a district employee? You can draw a finer line than that, but that's one clear definition. If you want to narrow it from there, excuse me, I mean, in terms of an assembly, the principal is always going to approve that speaker. Look into that speaker, talk with the speaker about the content that would be appropriate and what they're trying to accomplish. in a class, that becomes the teacher's role, but they also have had to get permission from the principal to make them aware of a guest speaker. A guest speaker coming in needs to know that there are rules they may not be used to with other groups that they speak to. We would normally in the past not require a guest speaker form for someone who's an employee of the district, because they're aware of those policies, and those policies are a part of their employment. So that's how it's currently done. If you're bringing someone in from the district for an assembly, then you're going to need to have fewer conversations about district policy, but the principal would still approve that. In the classroom, the teacher approves it. If it's a district employee from another school, maybe it's the principal, maybe it's a teacher other than the teacher for that class, maybe it's someone from a department. That has been a different thing in the past than bringing someone from outside of the organization.
Probably define that though, right there, a guest speaker who is not an employee of the.
I would be in favor of inserting a definition, and I like that definition.
Yeah.
I think the assumption is that employees of the district are under this policy automatically. A guest speaker is not necessarily obligated to follow this policy, so we're making them obligated to follow this policy.
That's right.
So I think we state that a guest speaker, parentheses, someone not of the district. We're basically saying if you bring in a guest speaker, they're under the same obligation that all employees are under by this policy. That's a good clarification.
Yep, I think so too. Okay. And then the last change was down in F3. And we also pulled in language from the code on that one. It used to say parents have the right to request and receive an alternate assignment, and we added the word reasonable. That came out of state code. Reasonable alternate assignment or setting for their child in place of subject matter they find objectionable to their religious belief or right of conscience as outlined in Utah code. About waiver of participation.
Because that's not mentioned anywhere else.
Yeah.
Is the waiver, what was presented in the town hall was not only do I have the right to request an alternate assignment, I have the right to expect that the teacher is going to spend an equal amount of time assisting my student or my child with that assignment. Is that what you're, or is that is what I'm talking about a little different than what you're?
I like where you're going.
But it doesn't address what you.
Yeah, I was
Okay.
just asking a
Okay.
different question.
Okay.
But I do want to talk about that. I think that's an important point.
It does not address that issue at all. So
Code
Let's go to
does.
the waiver and then
Utah
yeah.
code
Okay, sorry.
does.
So if the right to opt out has to be in relation to sex ed, according to code, am I understanding that wrong?
Religious belief or right of conscience.
They can opt out, not just request an alternative assignment.
The code says they may ask for a waiver under those circumstances. I will read it. If a parent or a student, or if a parent of a student or a secondary student determines that the student's participation in a portion of the curriculum or in an activity would require the student to affirm or deny a religious belief or right of conscience, or engage or refrain from engaging in a practice forbidden or required in the exercise of a religious right or right of conscience, the parent or the secondary student may request, A, a waiver of the requirement to participate, or B, a reasonable alternative that requires reasonably equivalent performance by the student of the secular objectives of the curriculum or activity in question.
Then subsection 4 is the school's response.
Kept having this debate is, do we just refer to the code or do we quote the code in our policy?
It feels like we covered the code because it said or.
Yeah, but the question is, should we notify parents that they have a right to a waiver?
They can look into it if they want to, but we covered the code.
What we have said is definitely not in violation of the code.
No, it's more generous.
We need to add the words, parents have the right to request a waiver of participation or request and receive a reasonable alternate assignment.
Your policy goes beyond the code because the code still allows a school to respond by saying that is required. That's an option under the code. This policy says and you have that prerogative. You're taking that out. You're saying alternative or waiver. So you don't have to exactly quote the code because you're not necessarily saying that.
Yeah. School has 3 rights: waive it, alternate, or say it's required.
Right, and I can understand why you don't necessarily want to get into that, because who's going to make that decision, on what basis? It's, yeah.
Okay, so do we say something about a waiver of participation or do we leave it as is? If someone wants a waiver of participation, they still have that
They
right
still have the
under
right.
law.
Yeah, and then Mike and, Mr. Anderson and Superintendent Godfrey can weigh in on this. Sometimes it may be more work than it's worth to create an alternative assignment. And that's the problem you have too, because I think it's important to have it tied to, not that I just don't want to do this, that it is tied to the religious or personal conscience issue, rather than I just don't feel like doing that. So I want a waiver or an alternate assignment, because it's a lot of work for our educators to sometimes have to come up with that.
Is also defined in the code. A reasonable accommodation means you don't have to break your back to do it.
You don't have to have equal access to the teacher. It's reasonable.
I'm leaning towards wanting waiver of participation in there, because if they just want a waiver, and not an alternate assignment, then the teacher doesn't have to create an alternate assignment.
Then the student also gets payout for objecting. So I go and make waves and now I don't have to do schoolwork.
Okay, is everyone comfortable leaving this language as is?
Yes.
Okay. And we're okay legally on it.
It's your policy. You can.
think what I'm hearing from Mr. Van Coleman, and I don't want to put words, is there's a feeling that we're restricting ourselves even more than we.
I under the law, there's a point where the school can make the determination, no, you need to do that. I think that may be appropriate if there's a habitual somebody who's abusing it. But again, these are so rare, who knows what happens.
And that's from our words "and receive," because the law is just that you can request.
Right, and then
We've added that you can request and receive.
Correct. But I fully understand, you know, if you have all three options just in policy, that can be very hard to define as well. This is not an easy one, so.
So I would say if we add waiver, we add the phrase that the school has the right to require the assignment.
And when it comes to waivers, you just follow the code.
I'm just going to address what I've heard from some of the comments. If you say that they have the right to an alternate assignment, if you have a parent who says, and I want you to give the exact same amount of time with my student, etc., if you don't even create that assignment, it gives them some pushback and say, you didn't even come forward with a reasonable alternative assignment. I want my kid to learn, I just don't want them to learn that. Now again, it's supposed to be tied to that more narrow framework, but
And that goes to the other issue of, does the reasonable alternate assignment come with the same amount of teaching and support? To me, it's not reasonable, because teacher has to teach these 30 kids, cannot spend equal time with this one kid.
Let me read that section. Reasonably accommodate means an LEA shall make its best effort to enable a parent to exercise a parental right specified in, without substantial impact to staff and resources, including employee working conditions, safety, and supervision on a school premise, while balancing 5 things: the parental rights of parents, the educational needs of other students, the academic and behavioral impacts to a classroom, a teacher's workload, and the assurance of the safe and efficient operation of a school. So if I'm a teacher and there's a request that will impact my workload, that is not necessarily required. That is not required to make a reasonable accommodation.
Okay, so leave it as is?
But for the sake of teachers, I wonder if we refer to this, section C 801. For the teacher, you have some rights. You need to understand what your responsibilities and rights are in terms of making that reasonable accommodation.
So we refer to 53G 10205. Is that in 205?
No.
So we need to refer to that also.
And maybe it should be its own bullet point. We have all these things that parents can do. It would be nice to say, here's something a teacher can do.
You know, that's one thing we have never really done in our policies. Utah code is filled with, section 1 is almost always definitions, right, and then the code. And we really don't do that in our policies, where we say, here's our definition section. And that falls in the definition section under parental rights. But I would like to refer to section 6 801.
I think it's a good idea to list it separately in here.
And what if you just said, parents have the right to request cut out and receive alternate assignments, and then the next thing you say is teachers have the right to, and
Why are you cutting out receive?
because I think that gives an expectation that if I ask for it, I have to be given it. And I think it would be nice there to say, okay, a request has been made, and now a teacher can look at options that they have. I actually just got a text from a teacher saying, from my standpoint and from what others are talking about, it feels like the parents just need to make a request or complain, and the teacher is always the one who has to adjust. I mean, I think that's exactly what we're arguing right now.
And is having the definition of reasonable, does that help the teachers out?
We could just simply say, see the definition of reasonably accommodate in 53G-6-801. See the definition of reasonably accommodate. That way everyone knows where it is.
Dr. Godfrey or Mr. Anderson, our instructional leaders, to have thoughts on this one.
Excuse me. I'm concerned with the workload it creates for teachers.
Absolutely.
Which is right there in the policy, that they need to.
And in the same way that the word critical, or not critical, controversial, caused problems with a previous policy, reasonable, even though it's defined in the law, will be maybe a point of friction. To me, the opting out, if you opt out of something and you have a waiver, and maybe the teacher has a choice, if we want parents to be able to say, absolutely, my child does not participate in this, it's difficult for a teacher to have the expectation that I'm going to create something else that provides the same value, level of interaction, complexity of activity that is different and that is far enough away from the planned activity but accomplishes the same thing. That's an enormous task. But to say there's a waiver and so you are not in the class for this activity or assignment or, I suppose, unit, potentially. The waiver increases, if it doesn't count for or against your grade, which is how I interpret a waiver, then everything else becomes more important to the final grade because you have big assignments that you may not be contributing to that total point value. So I think teacher workload is central, has to be central to our discussion for this to be successful, because otherwise it's not sustainable. You can't, what's the name of the place? A teacher can't be like Lietz's Pizza and serve at the table and run orders out to the car and provide home delivery all at the same time. They don't have that ability. That's just too much to ask. They may be able to customize an order here and there, but you get, I don't know if I'm stretching the analogy, but it's yeah. Specific, their sausage specifically. But that's asking too much of a teacher, not because of a lack of willingness or expertise. It's just too much when they're already differentiating, when they're already trying to meet diverse needs of students. But having a waiver as an option says to me, okay, parent, you can say that your child is not going to engage in that, but you can't expect that we also provide a complete alternate for that. And if we phrased it so that that's really up to the teacher, then that allows them to manage that load, because they know, oh, you know what, excuse me, lots of teachers, the old standard in the 1900s when I was, getting trained as a teacher, you talked about rotating 20% of your curriculum every year to freshen, to bring things that are working. Teachers, depending on how long they've been teaching, will have some other things they could pull in potentially, but they know how much work that's going to create for them, and then they are able to manage it if they can decide whether it's a replacement or a waiver. Something like that would allow teachers to manage their workload, but parents to still have an ultimate decision. Well, you've decided to pull your child out of this unit. I can't replace a unit. So they can do something meaningful for other classes during that time. They lose out. I can't fully replace that. But that gives the teacher the chance to manage the workload, which I trust them to be able to do. They're going to do their very best. But they just can't do it all. But it still gives the parent some choice. Ultimate choice. I didn't give you a phrase to use.
So do we need to rephrase this whole thing?
So are we saying parents have the right to request a reasonable alternate assignment or waiver? Or are you saying take out the alternate assignment altogether?
No, you could say alternate assignment or waiver, and then we just add a line, the teacher will provide one or the other. Now, it could also lend itself to abuse, like we talked about, where they just said, I don't want to do that, so I'm out. But there's a point where we just have to try this and trust and see what's happening, and see how it goes.
Just out of curiosity, if a child received a waiver to a unit, and so now they're going to get an alternate setting, and they don't have a replacement assignment, what is the child doing during that time in that alternate setting?
It's on the parent.
That's on, so like the
But
parent.
if the
would
child's
need
at
to-
school, what
Like
is the
if you
child
said,
doing?
"Okay, head down to the library. We're gonna talk about this for an hour. You can come back then." Can we do that without having something to engage them during that time?
That's what a waiver is.
Here's a book, or bring your own book and read it. But is that
Right, there'd be a range. The full waiver would be work on other classes, or all the way up to, well, this is what I taught last year, and this is different from the assignment, so you can go through this Canvas lesson that I have from last year or 2 years ago, where I taught writing using a different topic that is not objectionable, and that's all ready to go in Canvas, and you can pull that up.
The point is the teacher gets to decide.
And the teacher chooses what in that range they have the capacity for. They may be, and it's going to vary by teacher, it's going to vary by subject, how much we can reasonably do. Every little adjustment takes a lot of effort. I'm not saying it isn't worth it, but it takes a lot of effort on the part of a teacher, any customizing or adjustment. It's part of the stress of teaching, is that you're always assessing, okay, what do I need to do? What's my decision here? How am I helping this student? Constantly faced with new needs and different classroom situations. This is another adjustment added to that, but giving teachers the flexibility to choose how to address it, I think, can be very helpful.
So what I hear you saying is that parents would have the right to request a waiver or a reasonable alternate assignment, and teachers will determine if they can give that alternate assignment or if they're going to give a waiver.
Require it.
So that takes out, because the current policy is written that the parent can request and receive that alternate assignment. So what are your thoughts on changing it to along the lines of request a waiver or an alternate assignment? And
Well, you could even say request and receive an alternate assignment or a waiver. Well, actually, that makes it sound like they get to choose and then they get it. So
I think we add the line, the teacher may, grant the waiver, provide a reasonable alternate, or require the assignment. And then refer to the code.
all three options gives teachers the widest range.
I mean, I know our teachers well enough to say, I'm not going to require something that is morally reprehensible to you. But I think a teacher also knows when you're just playing the lazy card. And I'm going to require this assignment. It grants parental rights, and yet it doesn't overwork the teachers. There's a balance there.
are we going to create teacher-parent battles, though, with the teacher saying it's required, and the parents saying you're violating my rights? I'm just afraid for our teachers that puts them in the crosshairs, and I don't want them to be in those crosshairs.
You put that third option in there, then that's where the conflict comes. If you say on the side, you can opt out of anything, but you don't get to choose the consequence of doing that, or the outcome. Outcome is a better word. You can choose not to engage with part of the curriculum, but you can't choose the way that we accommodate that, is a better way to phrase it. And then you say to the teacher, you can't force someone to do an assignment or sit through a lecture, but you can say it's a waiver and I'm not providing an alternate if you're unable to do that.
Be more comfortable sticking with those options.
If you say that a teacher can say you still have to do that, then that's where the conflict comes. You still have to complete the assignment.
But for example, if a student said, I don't want to do my times tables, no, I'm just, they're objectionable.
That's morally objectionable.
There have been math objections. There have been math objections.
And a student at the elementary level cannot request a waiver. Only secondary students can request a waiver.
I was sick when we learned our nines. It took me a long time to catch up. Long time.
But you did catch up.
I did. Yeah.
Where does it say that an elementary student can't? I mean, that's not in our policy.
In code.
Parents can still request it at the elementary level.
Yep.
But a secondary
I
student can
hear-
request it for themselves.
A student.
I hear what you're saying. Sorry, I thought you were saying a parent couldn't request it if their kid was in elementary, and I
Yeah,
was like,
the parents
that seems
still can.
fraught with peril.
Very clear. A parent of a student or a secondary student.
Which is another reason to give the teacher some discretion. Yeah.
Well, Utah code requires that if a student requests it and the teacher grants it, the teacher has to notify the parent. A student cannot receive an alternate assignment or a waiver without parental notification. That's required in the law. They can request it. They can't receive it. The school shall promptly notify the student's parent if the secondary student makes actually, it's just the request, never mind. The school shall promptly notify a student's parent if the secondary student makes a request under subsection 2.
Okay, so I think we have a few different ideas floating around, but I think where we're going is parents have the right to request a waiver or a reasonable alternate assignment or setting for their child in place of subject matter they find objectionable to their religious belief or right of conscience. Is outlined in code, and then adding the code with the definition of reasonable, and then adding that teachers will.
May I make a
Provide the
suggestion?
waiver. Yes,
as you read
suggestion would be
as you
great.
read it again, it doesn't match the law, but maybe if you said secondary students or parents may choose to opt their child out of any classroom content, the teacher will then grant either a waiver or an alternate assignment. So the teacher or student opts out, and then the teacher grants a waiver or provides an alternate assignment or activity,
It's a
rather.
lot clearer.
I think that's very in line with
like
code.
that. Yeah.
I'm just going to take a hypothetical. Are we saying that a parent could say, I don't want my U.S. history, I don't want my child part of any discussion surrounding slavery in the Americas. I want them opted out of that every time. That this policy is allowing that.
Allowing them to make a request, right? And then the teacher is saying how that will be accommodated. Because I think I'm right with you saying, well, that's a lot of education lost.
Yeah, because that's, I mean, that, we've talked about the two kind of extremes, the person who's just trying to get out of work and the one who has a deeply held religious or item of conscience. I just threw out an idea of fact that now we're saying does qualify for this.
So couldn't the teacher say no
Yes.
in that case?
In code, a teacher can require participation. That's why I think the policy should say it. Now, if it's a situation where a teacher doesn't want the battle with the parent, they can grant the waiver. But I think that teachers need to know that they do have a legal right to require the participation. Now, does that create a battle between parents and teachers? Yes. And if you choose that, that may create a battle. But teachers have a right under code to require the participation.
And in your example about a whole unit on slavery, if they object, if they
No, I'm not even talking a whole unit on
Anytime.
slavery. I'm talking about any discussion within the context of U.S. and American history. When that comes up, I want my student removed from that. Yeah, I'm not even talking a unit.
So how does that work now? Because under law, if they say that I find that objectionable to my right of conscience, you have to let them?
No, because
I think that's a good example of why you may ultimately say, participation in something is required. To what degree? I think there's always some flexibility. We're not requiring them to say anything specific, but
If I'm the teacher, I would stand behind Utah code and say, I have a moral obligation to teach you U.S. history.
you could even link it to C1 where we talk about that teacher is implementing Utah State course standards. That is a listed item in the course standard, and therefore I reject that request.
And I have the right to do so.
Mm-hmm.
given your proposed language, do I as a teacher read that and jump to this conclusion? Or am I, that's what I want to,
Maybe we need to qualify it if we say that the teacher can deny the request. Maybe we need to say when,
It's required
like
in,
reference them
in
back
the core
to
standards.
Yeah, yeah. If there is arguable evidence that this is a part of Utah core standards, the teacher can deny that request.
The teacher can deny it anytime they want.
No,
But if we
in
wrote
our
this policy that
can
way, I
they?
don't think they can.
And this is our policy, right? So
Yeah.
what can a Jordan teacher do?
This is
I would be hesitant to just tie it back to curriculum, the core curriculum, because, I mean, that's one thing that would be valid, but there will be other situations that are not defined by the core curriculum. So if you want to be that explicit and say if this, if that, there's always going to be an exception. And there's always going to be a legitimate religious belief or conscience that I don't think we can anticipate either, where that's why we have the options.
I don't know if we're going to agree on something tonight. I just wonder if the committee, after this discussion, can have one final crack at it, perhaps with Paul on the phone or present to, I don't know.
I think you've defined as a group through this discussion the issue at hand. It's how much opting out do we want to allow, and how much do we expect of a teacher when an opt-out has happened. If in that opt-out sentence we wanted to say, may choose to opt out for these reasons, and then the teacher chooses what happens as a result. But I think Paul is accurate that there can be broad interpretations of history where I feel like if you describe history in this way, it goes against my conscience, my beliefs about our country. And if you raise this issue that's challenging with my child, beliefs we've taught about our country, then I think it gets really sticky really fast.
The committee will meet and discuss the phrasing for that. Please contact a committee member with any phrasing ideas that you have.
What is the hope for completion?
End of the year?
After this running out the clock here, or is the desire to have this done before the end of the year?
I was hoping to vote on this at our October, so a month from now, business meeting.
But we'd rather get it right.
Yeah, I think we need to get it right.
So there's,
And we may need to take public comment more than once on it too.
okay.
Does the public have access to
Yes.
what we have here?
Yeah.
It's on board docs for everyone. Great.
Well, it might be nice to have public comment on November 1st and on the 29th, try to approve it.
Wait. She just said.
Oh, I meant the end of October meeting doesn't exist. It's actually November 1st.
November 1st.
Is our end of October meeting.
Okay,
So that's
okay.
where you're going with that, yeah.
And it's important to remember too that we can revise this policy. You know, we may not get it 100% right, and I think it would be wise to review this in a timely manner and in order, but maybe within the year. And some laws might change really easy too, which pushes it back into in front of us. So
I just like that you guys added the last draft edit has the time.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll need to do that with all of us.
We're running out of colors.
Yeah.
We really are.
Magenta.
We'll have to go with fonts and caps and
Pictures. That was Bryce. That was Tracy. Oh, there was Matt.
Okay, back Just one more back to the alternative choices. Moving from board directive, do we want to put a statement in here about that? Any more thoughts on that right now, or if you want to?
I saw some spots
know.
where it communicates that. 1-6, I think, does a pretty good job of allowing for that discussion. But if there's any teachers out there that feel like it doesn't, I'm happy to hear from them.
I also thought section 2C12 kind of hit on what I was worrying about. So I think we're okay.
So Tracy, can we ask for a summary of what you're asking the committee to tweak? Is it just that one, or what were the others that you're asking the committee to tweak?
So that's the only one now. Well,
Guest speaker.
guest speaker, adding that definition.
Okay.
And then F3 wording.
Yeah.
I can make sure that's all. Yes, those two things.
Were we gonna address assemblies, or is that just gonna just be put on the guest speaker?
Yes, I think that would fit under the definition of guest speaker if they're outside the district. Okay, so those two things, guest speaker and F3. Anything else from this? Thank you. Good discussion too. I really appreciate that. Okay, let's go to our next item.
Seeking an honorary law degree, Paul.
New board member orientation. And we have a mention of this in policy GP 101, and then there in the appendix we have a guidelines for new board member orientation. And we discussed this briefly, I believe, at our summer session of wanting to make sure we have a good orientation plan in place for new board members when they come on. So Mr. Dunford.
I would just like the board to look over this policy and tell me where the gaping holes are. Let's do that first. Just circle areas of concern, or where do we need to make an addition?
Right now, you want that?
Just, and if it's late and we're tired, I'm happy to give you the assignment. And I will, what I'd like to do is, where do you think the gaping holes are? And then I plan on bringing back to the board a proposal of changes. So if you want to have the discussion tonight, great. But if you're not prepared, if you would like some time to look over it, then I'm happy to have you email those to me.
Bryce, have any proposals at this point?
I do.
Where would your proposals stand?
In areas that are not addressed.
That are not
Mostly a review of ends policies, administrative leave executive limitations policies, governing policies, and philosophies behind, what is the board's philosophy behind those types of things? That's what I'd like to see. I think the district does a wonderful job at, okay, here are all the departments and you can go see them and here's how the district functions. But I think this policy leaves a lot to be desired in helping a board member understand the balance between what the staff does and what the board does and what really is the work of the board. That's where I want to strengthen the policy.
So those are outlined in the guidelines for new board member orientation, what you're saying right now. Yeah. Are you talking about adding those to
I just want to
policy, or are you talking about,
I
are you
just want
asking
to
us what
strengthen the
changes we want
statements.
to governing style?
Statements you want strengthened, statements that are unnecessary, or statements that are not necessary. I would love Nikki to say, this was great, but I didn't need to do that. Or, boy, I really would have benefited from a little bit more here. It's one thing to say, oh, we've got we've got these 4-level policies, here they are, and sit down and say, can I walk you through why the EL policies are written in a negative tone? Here's why. And here's a basic understanding about what board work is and what staff work is, so that you can zero in on what your assignment really is here. I just want to strengthen it in those areas.
Yeah, I would say board work and staff work definitely needs to be.
And you're right, because it talks about ends policies in here for the district and limitations on the means used to achieve the goals, but it doesn't talk about our other board policies, and it should be all 4 of our board policies, not just ends policies, that we go over with a new board member.
And a little background, I think each board member should get, to the degree possible, a history of board work. Here's what we've been doing for the last 2 years. Anyway, I'm more than happy to take those. Just contact me, and then I'll try and come prepared with some. Genesis is hard board work. Evaluation, analysis is easier board work. So I'm not asking the board to generate tonight. I'm happy to provide the genesis so that you can actually, we can have a more fruitful discussion about, no, that doesn't do it for me. Or, ooh, I really like that change. So that's what I'm asking, is just how do we strengthen this policy?
I do have one suggestion, maybe you can be thinking of, and maybe it doesn't even fit, but maybe we could cite different places that they could get the training, like on parliamentary procedure. Maybe just cite
Resources.
resources.
A list of
yeah.
resources.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Something along those lines.
Yeah.
Maybe being explicit about how and who will provide the training. I mean, I'm just looking at this going, did that happen? Did that happen? I think these are great things. I couldn't pinpoint a lot of these things happening for me.
Well, there's 2 sections. The board president or designee
Yeah.
provides one section, and the superintendent or designee provides the other.
And I'll go on public record, Nikki. I want to revise this because I feel like I failed you. Now,
No.
I recognize COVID was hitting, but I feel like I failed you.
And please know, I did not mean to say that, not in any way.
So I said,
I'm sure that there are many instances in which, well, yeah, that did too happen. Remember this? And I just was drinking from a fire hose and it's escaped me. But
and part of,
if I had known to look at this list and then be like, okay, when does this happen? Maybe.
I think what might be interesting to explore is not necessarily just the orientation, but a 3-month follow-up, a first or second quarter
Plan.
follow-up plan.
right,
That's we're gonna,
orientation
because of that
plan.
very fire hose concept. Okay, now you've been doing this.
Yeah.
What,
Let's
yeah.
go over
What
it all
can we
again now
clarify?
that.
Yeah, and just revisiting it, because sometimes you have
Good
to
idea.
live in it for a minute, and then you're like, okay, now I can talk about this intelligently.
And then a test that they can't opt out of.
I have a moral objection to testing.
But the board president can choose to give them an alternate assignment. if they want.
If it's reasonable.
I reject your objection.
The alternate assignment is serving.
Or you can just serve and figure it out on your own.
Now you know it's late.
Anything else? That's good. I think we've had some good ideas here already.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that is the end of our study session agenda, and we do need to go into closed session. So thank you all of those that are here joining us, both in person and online. We very very much appreciate that. And I will take a motion to go into closed session
I make the motion to go into closed session
for
Property.
property,
character and competence, property, potential litigation, and negotiations.
for character and competence of individuals, property, potential litigation, and negotiations.
I'll second.
A motion by Ms. Richards, second by Ms. Atwood. To go into closed session, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Is there anyone opposed? Okay, that motion passes unanimously. Thank you.